ready to go on?
Yep, my apologies, I left my budget book at home.
We've got handouts that we're gonna be discussing this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Unacceptable.
Just in case.
I'll be right back. I'm only 8.5 miles away. Then it's 8.5 miles back. Because I know you'll wait. Maybe not.
Catherine, will the department heads be joining us after for the budget stuff?
Yes, the department heads of her budget, yes,
Okay.
definitely. They all know it'll take a while to get to the meeting.
So we're gonna stop this Zoom meeting and go into another one?
Because of the way the Zoom and the town hall screens is set up, we'll just have a little break, and then everybody will move around as they need to,
Okay,
and then we'll keep on going.
okay.
Catherine, you know what this $1,600 is for Marilee Bertram? Is that some kind of water bill?
It's a tax, there's
Oh,
two
tax.
people paying on the tax bill.
Oh, I see.
And that happens to be,
Yeah, but I was doing it directly.
Oh,
It's just
okay.
really quickly salaries needs to be.
Thank you.
Yes, I knew, so I started like remotely a couple of weeks ago. And finally made it to me. Nice, it's like, where'd you come from? Ohio. Oh, yes. We're from Minnesota, actually. Oh, you're from Minnesota? Awesome, well, nice to meet you. You too. Gosh, you're not involved with that?
yes, I was falling down in the elevator, it kept going.
I had fun the next time we were.
So I'm almost up in the elevator.
Okay, when you're ready, we'll let me know.
Yeah, I was looking at how coming down here.
Catherine and Heather, when the meeting starts, can you explain the process of how tonight will go? I've got people asking the questions. So at the beginning of the meeting, if we can explain that we'll be ending, having a short break, and then going in, there are people who are very curious about that.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
People keep getting off on here. Hopefully we can settle down in a couple of minutes here.
started. Welcome this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight is a regular meeting of the Pittsfield Town Council. Today is November 3rd. We're going to have our regular council meeting first and follow through on our agenda. When we adjourn that meeting, we'll have a short break for people to either leave or come in if they're doing that. And then we'll go right into the budget workshop afterwards. And that the details of the budget workshop are on tonight's agenda. So we're going to begin with a pledge of allegiance and then followed by a moment of silence.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. Next item is adoption of minutes of the regular meeting held on October 19th, 2021.
I move we adopt the minutes of the meeting of October 19th, 2021.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Pete. Counselors, if you had a minute to review the minutes from the last meeting, do you have any additions, corrections, deletions that need to be made? Not hearing any, we'll look for a motion to accept the minutes.
Just
No, I'm sorry, we will vote to accept the minutes.
I do it again now.
Do it on a Wednesday night, so it's Tuesday. All those in favor of accepting the minutes as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
And because all counselors are present here, we are not going to do a roll call this evening.
Heather, just a heads up, we're gonna have to speak up, 'cause
Yeah,
nobody
they can't
online
hear
can
you.
hear us.
Okay.
That's all.
I think it's because I'm behind.
Yeah, gotta fix the audio.
Catherine, which microphone is it? Is it the palm or is it the fuzzy microphone there?
Let me move them all over toward you and see if we can get that up.
If it's the fuzzy one, we should probably have it facing out.
Well, I don't think this is it, but we'll see what will happen.
Okay.
I'm told that they're all in the computer.
Okay. All right, I shall project. Presentations, congratulations, and introductions. Our first presentation is from Gary Jordan regarding the Pittsfield Economic Expansion Corporation and about the Pittsfield Community Theater. And do we have Gary with us?
We do not, and I spoke with Gary this afternoon. He's indicated that he is very interested in the theater having the price reduced. The real estate agents that we have from Allied Realty have agreed that the price should be reduced, and they are suggesting a price of $149,900. And they have come up with that price when looking at other facilities that are similar to ours, other sales that have taken place, and they are suggesting that. And then that doesn't mean that that would be the price, it just simply means that that is what we're asking for the property, and then we would work with others if the price came in to determine if we accept that price if it was lower.
Catherine, what was the original? Can you remind me?
179?
Yes.
179. So we're bringing it down 30,000?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that's realistic. They indicated because we've had so many contacts have taken place and the statistics that were provided, all this excitement goes on, and then they get in and look around and see how much work needs to be done. They see the price and then they leave.
Understand.
Catherine, do we need to vote on authorizing that, or we can?
No, if by consensus you're pleased with that, we can go ahead. We had indicated I had the authority to sign the paperwork, but we wanted to talk about the price.
Okay. Any counselors object to the following recommendation of the Realtor? Okay, we have a consensus to go ahead and have them reduce the price. Thank you. Presentation by town manager on membership updates. This was a request from one of the counselors.
Yes, and I'll be very brief, and thank you for letting me have the time, instead of answering all the questions back when we were spending about 300 hours putting the budget together, in a crunch there. I've always been allowed to answer all the questions and work on the other items that come up later on. So we're now later on, as the budget is ongoing, and we will pass the first presentation. So, there were questions on the Kennebec Valley Council of Governments, what do we exactly get from that entity that we spend $5,214 a year, or some similar figure, over the last 20 years. And basically, we were not a member of the Kennebec Valley Council of Governments when I arrived. This was something that past management didn't think we should be a member of. And so the council had wanted to join KB Cog. And so we did join KB Cog the first year I was here. And then there was extreme benefits from this, but the largest benefit is the fact that if we are not a member of the Kennebec Valley Council of Governments, which is our comprehensive economic entity for our area, if we wanted money from the Economic Development Agency, with the federal government for economic development projects such as the industrial park expansion, we're not eligible. So our project for the industrial park expansion needed to be approved, and it was right through the process. We submitted the paperwork, we received a little bit over $1.1 million, and our tiny little membership dues would take many, many years to make up for the amount of money that we got for the industrial park expansion. That was the dream project of the town. The town had wanted the industrial park to have the expansion go through, but it sat there for decades because of money. Obviously, the town does not have $1.1 million or any amount of money similar to that, and you would not spend it because it would come from tax dollars. So we were able to get a massive loan. And then when the bids came in really low for that project, the monies that were left were allowed for the town to put it toward another economic development project. We were able to rebuild the first 7/10 of the industrial park street, starting at Somerset Avenue down to the railroad track. So we were very, very fortunate. That was extremely expensive. I had never seen so much pavement hauled in to a location because it was a huge depth of pavement. So that is the major item that is of benefit. We also receive information on grants. We're able to be part of extensive cooperative purchasing. Right now we're purchasing salt at a reduced price of a little bit over $3 per ton. And we get a lot of salt, as you'll see from looking at the highway budget tonight. So we're saving about $3 a ton because we're part of that cooperative bid. We also save on the culverts about $30 to $300 per culvert, depending on the length. There are other projects that we're involved with, and I have in front of me their industrial update on projects. And basically, people were concerned about how much time I would spend a month. When we went to the meetings at KB Cog as a secretary and a board of directors member and on major committees, I could spend 10 to 12 hours a month. However, now that the meetings are all on Zoom, it is one meeting a month, 2 hours. I read the paperwork during the Zoom meeting, so 2 hours a month, basically. When there's meetings, there'll be 3 months a year we do not have a meeting, so a few hours a year. The other entity that people were interested in was the Kennebec Regional Development Authority. That is what is called First Park. First Park is one of their projects. The Kennebec Regional Development Authority is 24 towns that joined together back in the 1990s to have an act go through the legislature which allows for an assessment. So there is an assessment, like a county assessment or a school assessment, that takes place for the First Park project. First Park project is down in Oakland. You can drive in off First Park Lane and see all the development. There are a few private sector developments in addition to T-Mobile, but basically there's a lot of nonprofits down there, health agencies and everything, dentist offices. So some items are taxed and some items are not. We have sold some lots, and there's been some other lot development going on. So the value of the taxes is increasing. So you'll see that our assessment, at least for the second half of this year, has gone down from a little bit over 11,000 to a little bit over 7,000. So if this continues for the next half year, we'll have a considerable drop in the assessment over many years. It's always been up in the, yeah. go
I don't
ahead.
mean to interrupt, I'm getting a text from other people, they can't hear anything.
Okay.
My
I feel
apologies,
like
I didn't mean to
I'm-
interrupt you.
Oh, it's okay, I feel like I'm yelling here.
Yeah, it's,
So
is it
I
through
have this all the way up for the speakers.
It's not the speaker part, it's the actual microphone, Catherine. They can't hear you on the microphone part.
The microphone's all the way up. I'm not sure if maybe it's this that's doing it, and I should take
Are
that
you
down.
connected through the computer for sound and audio, or are you connected through the?
It's through the computer.
I highly recommend connecting through the phone,
Yeah,
because
and
that
so-
will
Yeah, if you
pick it up more
change that
clearly.
speaker from,
And so Kathy,
So on your mute button there, you see the little caret?
everything's gone now.
So click back into Zoom, Catherine, and then you see the microphone down at the bottom where you would mute yourself, there's that little caret.
it goes up, yeah, right there, nope, up.
All the way to the left side of the screen. You see your mute button.
Okay.
There's a little caret there. Click that. You should see switch audio to phone audio should be an option.
It's the third one up.
Okay, phone audio.
And then Heather, you can dial in those numbers and it should connect us through that.
All right, so the staff tried this and told me not to get near this because it didn't work.
I use it in every one of my meetings at work because my internet connection is unstable and it's the only way I can stay connected audio.
Well, let's give it a try, and if we lose everything, it's Amanda's fault.
Well, we'll go back to the other.
You'll only lose audio and you can quickly move it back.
We'll go back to the other way.
Ah.
Yeah, they tried this before.
All right,
I'm even
Weird.
vibrating here.
301.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by #. Enter your participant ID followed by #. Otherwise, just. You are in the meeting now. There are 9 participants in the meeting.
Oh. Let's see how that goes.
Can people hear? Do you hear anything, Mike?
Much better.
Is that better?
Okay.
All right.
There we
let's
go.
do that.
Everybody's texting better.
Well, it didn't work before
Thank you
when the
for
staff did
that,
it that way.
appreciate it.
So the live stream is clearer than the Zoom.
Isn't that interesting?
Good work, Amanda.
So do I get to claim the fault for it
Yeah.
working better too?
Yeah.
Yes, you do. Amanda's the tech whiz. She is designated. You get the
Doing this for
wizard one.
You can mention that on your parting speech.
There you go.
Oh, on my last day on the 21st?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, to continue on the Kennebec
Thank
Regional
you, Catherine.
Development Authority, which is First Park. This is an assessment, so we're required to be in this entity until the entity.
So now we're going to hear all the people clicking in, just so you
All
know.
kinds of equipment here.
We're going to hear all
right,
that.
So we're required to be in the entity until the assessment is paid off in terms of not having to have any more monies from the towns. So the entity would have to earn the money that would equal the expenses. And when that happens, towns can then get out. So we are in this for some time, but we are in this in which the cost to the towns is a lot less. It's going to be less than it was before, which is very good. Used to be up at 18,000, then go down to 15,000, 14,000, and now it'll be around 13 to 14,000. So that is a distinct improvement over time. The main emphasis for the Kennebec Regional Development Authority for Forest Park was jobs. They wanted to create jobs for the area that were high paying, good paying, so that the young people would not leave the state for these jobs and go to Boston. They would stay here. And it did create a lot of good paying jobs, definitely. and good benefits. So that was the main emphasis for the Kennebec Regional Development Authority. I spend on that project, because I'm the marketing committee chair and on the directors, 3 hours a month when the meetings take place. As with KB cog, there are 9 meetings a year generally. Thank you. If there's any questions, let me know.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, very good. I'm going on to community and economic development activities and events. I'll be very brief on this item because we do have a number of budgets this evening for the workshop. On the Route 11, known as Route 1110 in Main Street, this is excellent in that we have pavement that has been placed down on the road. DOT has worked very hard in some cold weather to get a skinny mix down. I know people have been calling in saying it's not the width of the road. No, it's not. It's just on the travel lanes. This pavement is to get the town by for the next 2 years while the Main Street project that is being put into place by the Maine Department of Transportation moves forward through all of its steps, and then we can start doing the actual project with the digging, fixing of the material under the road, and then the pavement while the town is doing its sidewalk project and other projects. And so there'll be a timeline that we are following, and so far we are on that timeline. And there'll be more steps and items that the town will be involved in shortly. We're working with all the different partners to set up a meeting so we can have a meeting of the minds as to when the actual project will start for different aspects.
Catherine, do you know if they're gonna come back and fix some of those lips that happen? All I can think of, like, coming off of Library Street onto the main route, there's that lip that hasn't been, I'm so afraid our plows are gonna rip those up when they go through this winter.
I think that is going to happen. We did call them about those.
Okay.
So we're waiting for a call back.
Okay.
I think they went through as quick as they could. They have another project that they.
Well, I know they were fighting the rain.
Yes, definitely. Well, the first day they were going to do that, the pouring rain started 2 hours before. So this is very good that this pavement is down. That was extremely bumpy and would not have made it through the 2-year period until this project is ongoing strong. For the Main Street Sidewalk Project, Project Canopy, and all the other grants, I would note briefly that I did attend on Tuesday, Election Day, put a day for it. We had the training of the Northern Border Regional Commission federal grant that the town received for $245,000, which will be used to supplement the town's community development block grant and all of the other grants that we have for the Main Street project. That was an interesting training that went on for quite a few hours, and so we're now certified to move forward. We had to take the training that was required, or you will not get your grant agreement and all your paperwork to start. We're still waiting to get all that paperwork, and then we'll be able to start the project. Airport grants and other grants I don't need to mention. You're aware of how many airport grants we have. It's truly amazing that we're able to build a hangar on our own with a taxiway and a runway, as well as to get the other CARES grants. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on to public hearings, and there are none scheduled. Reports, council committee reports, finance committee.
Finance committee has not met since our last report.
Okay. We'll go on to ordinance committee, and we met on October 26th. We reviewed the proposed language for the fireworks ordinance proposed by Councilor Hall. The draft incorporated the feedback from the fire chief regarding distances to the buildings and permitting on selected fire class days. The committee recommended language around 4.2, the special permit be changed to refer to current online permitting platform or a procedure that will be listed on the town website. Because this is an ordinance, and if we ever change from the wardenreport.com, which is recommended now, we wanted to make sure that we had the flexibility in having other information put out there, and our website is much more accessible and easy to change rather than codifying it into an ordinance. We recommended action by the council as deemed appropriate, so there will probably be a public hearing to coincide with other topics to conserve advertising costs, and that'll come at a later date. And before that happens, the language will come back to the council. The council will review it one more time and set it to public hearing. So when we have other items to bring to the council, that will come as well in a package deal.
Heather, do you expect that that will be in the new year, after the budget public
Most
hearing?
likely, yeah, most likely. That way we can keep the budget hearing evening open for the budget hearing and not have another, public hearing stuff in there.
Yep, absolutely.
Any other questions? Okay. Recycling, I believe they have a meeting. Tim isn't here. Catherine, do you have any information on that one?
Yes, we did have a meeting. We've declared that National Recycling Week is the entire month of November. There will be small videos that will be produced by all of us, Donnie Shute, myself, and the recycling committee members. We picked up subjects, so this will be quite interesting. I get to do the first one, so we'll be putting those on the website to promote reuse, recycling, and reduce. Thank you.
Good content.
Can you remind me of those dates again, Catherine? November what?
We declared that National Recycling Week was the entire month of November.
All of November.
All of
Okay,
November.
thank you.
And you have to remember, we were one of the 2 towns in the state that was celebrating National Recycling Week for the last 10 years, and there was actually not one. We just went ahead and did it anyway.
Catherine, do you want to lead right into, are there any board and committee updates by councilors or the town manager?
At this point, there have not been any other meetings due to the fact it's the election budget period time.
Okay. And town manager report.
Yes, a brief town manager's report this evening. I apologize it was not sent out to you. My computer froze after, I was so excited. I got to do 5 emails and then the whole thing froze up, and it took me a while to get the document out, and then I went to another computer. But we're working on that. So if any of you would like a copy of the town manager's report, let me know and I will send it to you electronically. But number 1 is notice to public for the Pittsfield Water Department customers, just to advise that the flushing of the fire hydrant started on October 4th, and we have finished this process. The water department will be going out in spring 2022 as soon as they can to start with the next flushing. A public notice will be provided beforehand. There is a letter from Aller Associates, the town's certified water operator for the Pittsfield Water Works, on the town website, which talks about the safety of the water supplied to customers. Number 2, election results from November 2nd, 2021. The Pittsfield public count for ballots was 1,044, which is high for an election of this type. Question 1, citizen initiative on the banning of the construction of high-impact electric transmission lines. We had 598 yes votes, 435 no votes. Question 2, bond issue. Do you favor a $100 million bond issue to build or improve roads, bridges, railroads, airports, and so forth? Yes votes were 723, no was 313. The third referendum question, constitutional amendment. Do you favor amending the Constitution of Maine to declare that all individuals having natural, inherent, and unalienable right to grow, raise, harvest, etc. food of their own choosing? Yes, 672, no, 364. MSAD 53 Director Chris Wymuth got 879 votes. This leaves 1 open MSAD 53 seat that will be filled during the year. For the Council District 4, Eric Saucier got 198 votes, Heather Donahue 130 votes. Council at Large, Michael Chincat got 814 votes. Council District 1 will be to be determined. Mr. Jester did get the highest number of votes, so the town clerk will check with Mr. Jester and other applicants that got write-in votes, as usual, when this happens. Number 3, the Maine online burn permits became free of charge. So burn permits that we had to pay a few dollars for through the internet, online, now are free of charge. They're available at maineburnpermit.com. Number 4, an important reminder, the 2022 transfer station stickers will be in December, so people will be able to pick them all up and get their 2022 sticker. 2022 dog licenses. All dogs over 6 months old must be registered prior to January 31st, 2022. The state law requires a late fee be assessed after that date, So we want to make sure that everybody gets their dog registered on time. The town did not particularly care for that late fee, so we tried not to charge it one year, and the state ordered us to do it. So we're stuck with this, and when your dog is $6 for its registration, and then you get a $15 late fee, that's ridiculous. So we want everybody to get in here as soon as possible and get their doggy jewelry. Number 6, important reminder, online services. For re-registration of vehicles, boats, and other services, go to www.pittsfield.org and click on the Citizens tab, choosing the online services at the top of the page. For our auto registration program, the town had ordered stickers for the regular vehicles and was caught up in the COVID shutdown at the state in the supply requisition room. We're glad that that all turned out well and nobody was seriously hurt. We did not have stickers from 12:30 p.m. last Thursday until 10:30 a.m. last Friday. From tracking, 14 people were affected who would come in or call for a registration that would have gotten that particular sticker. So we wanted more stickers than we got, but we got an allotment, and so this is what we'll have. We also wanted to get 100 plates, and we were given 25 plates. So for people who want a new plate when you get a new vehicle, if you can use your old plate, please do so. Motor Vehicle has advised the town that there is an aluminum shortage and that we will receive a reduced inventory. We're also going to receive reduced inventories of stickers. But the item that is of most concern is the fact of the aluminum shortage and the difficulty that the state is getting the plates. I'll skip over a few of these items, go to department meetings. And as I had noted, we had a great department meeting on Wednesday, October 13th, and the next department's meeting will be held on Wednesday, November 17th at 11 a.m. as a general communication sharing information on projects. And we also need to have the discussion on the buildings and the program review for workers' compensation. That will be very important. And I've also noted I'm working on scheduling a department CIP meeting, so that will get scheduled shortly. Number 10, leftover items from yard sales. Please think of the reuse center. As we wind down and people have items left from their yard sales or cleaning out of the homes for a fall clean out or even spring clean out, please call the town office if you would like to donate items to the town for the reuse center. We will work with people so that we can make sure that they can go to the reuse center and meet with our volunteer and donate items so they don't throw them away or have them stuck in their homes. And also please remember little videos will be coming out soon on reuse topics, so that will be interesting. We volunteered Donnie for a reuse topic for a video, just like I get volunteered. Going on to codes enforcement work, I had noted that I would give a report at the meeting, and so I do have a report on the specific codes violations that we have. I'll be very brief. To talk to the code enforcement officer, the alternate code enforcement officer, the other alternate code enforcement officer. And to move forward here, we've come up with a plan of action in which we have 9 particular codes violations. And so every single day, the code officer will work on a part of a code violation in order to move these forward. We have a property at 157 Washington Street that, in my opinion, is a dangerous building and should be condemned. So the letters had gone out. The code officers definitely thought that this was a building that should be condemned for human habitation and has a variety of issues there. The letters were not picked up as usual by the individual owners, so the code officers are planning to go deliver the letter in person to try to get this done. And if this doesn't work, we'll go to the sheriff's office for delivery of the letter, because that will work. Going on to 231 Somerset Avenue, the code officer has been working with the owner. He notes as follows, and the code officer is Bob Gagan, that the front open porch of 140 square feet needs to be torn down. The roof and floor are gone. The attic unfinished 2-story on piers is not holding much, but is still quite straight. He indicates it's rot around a lot of the soffits and windows. The rear the rear area of 180 square feet is in rough shape. He notes that 65% of the roof has been replaced with low-cost metal roofing. It is a plus but not complete. He indicates that some asbestos shingles are missing. The ladders are still on the roof and could be a hazard for children. He will be sending out the next letter on November 10th. On October 19th, the code officer again talked with the property owner, and then since then has talked to him 3 separate times in which he has gone to the property, and the gentleman is working hard on the property, which if we did go to court might be a difficult item to get beyond. But at this point, I'll bring this back to the next council meeting and you can decide if you wish to proceed to court. We do have the alternate code officer who will take this to court for us. That is Al Tempester, and he's agreed to do that. We're collecting up all the information for him. We also have 140 Leonard Street. There was a consent agreement and compliance order in 2015 that was complied with. The fines were paid, and then 2 months later, things started to go the same way. So we've got some of the same issues going on there, regardless of the letters and the visits. And so this is one I've been told would have to go to the court system because the consent agreement was negotiated on our own. It was not decreed by the court. So this one too I can put on the agenda to see what you'd like to do. The town attorney, they don't like these, but they said they can take this and go ahead and do this for the town as soon as possible. We also have 198 Lincoln Street. This one's up by myself. It's an interesting building. It sets back from the road and really should be taken down. So letters have been sent and there's no response as of yet. So we'll watch those dates. That leaves 132 Peltoma Avenue, 139 Manson Street, 154 Peltoma Avenue, 135 Middle Street, and 113 Cottage Street. 2 of those properties we've seen some advancement in fixing them up. However, sometimes the advancement, if you don't continually go there, goes back to the original state. So the 3 code officers have agreed on a plan of action with myself, and we will move this forward. But still, you would do much better if you had a full-time code enforcement officer, because this is jury-rigged together here. But Al Tempester, our alternate, has stated as a certified code officer, he will go to court for the town of Pittsfield if necessary. So to go to court, you would have to vote to do that. So I can bring back a couple of these so that you can decide what you'd like to do at the next meeting.
Is one of those places on Peltoma, is that the corner of Lancey and Peltoma?
That's one of the ones that has to be followed up on because the people it's on the list, but they have not responded to the letters. What happens is people do this on the tax foreclosures too. They don't pick it up and think it doesn't happen, that it's not real, but it is real. Okay. And so the next step would be to either have the employees as 2 employees together to deliver the letter or have the sheriff's office deliver the letter.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. All right, so that's an update on the code enforcement item. And we will skip on here because we've got a few projects that we're waiting for the contractors to come. Number 15, the computer services. And Councilor Hall had wanted a copy of the reports that we received from the computer services company for 221 to better understand the issues. I wish there was an actual report that is issued. We have tickets, there can be emails, phone calls, faxes. The tickets will be closed out. The tickets are then opened up because we say that it's not fixed. You can have 12 to 13 different steps on these, so there is no good report to look at. Each person on the onboarding, which is the Logically systems that we hired to manage our overall computer system for us, because we had been doing it ourselves beforehand. They will go to the person who actually requested the ticket, so that one's harder to follow. The TRIO program is a little bit more organized with Harris. They will always report to the person who is the initial contact, so you can follow it better by following the email. But again, you can fax in, you can call, you can email. So there's a variety of ways to contact them based upon how fast you want to get service. Email is pretty slow. You can also go to their websites and file a ticket too. So these are hard to track. I, for example, before my computer froze up today, was trying to pull out one that I had had like 12 or 13 contacts on, and still, you know, it's not fixed. So I have tried to collect these up, and they all have their own numbers if they leave the number on there, but it is very hard to track. And so I asked Kathy, the assistant, if she can find a easy way to do this. We don't want to make a master list or anything, and we did call the company for a report, and there is no particular report.
They must have a ticket item report or something, so when they get a ticket in, it goes in the system, and then when they close it out, it's in that same system, they can't give us that?
They said no, but we'll do a little bit more exploration. I wish that there was a way that we could say it's always something, but it's always something different. It's just amazing. To me, I am not an expert in this area, and I haven't handled the computers, but I swear there's something wrong with the wires, you know, that we have old wire in the building, and to me, it's malfunctioning. Because things freeze up a lot, even on the new computers. But I'm told by the computer tech that can't happen. So, you know, that's just my thought here. But I will.
Seems like it's like a weekly thing. We need to either look into a different company to support our needs, or.
I agree.
Yeah.
New Kathy does it, so she likes this company, but they have suffered through the COVID issues too, with the loss of employees and employees unable to go out. We've had delays here because of COVID, just like we have with a lot of other vendors. Hopefully that will get better over time. I'm thinking that it will. But the company tries really hard, but it seems like they just have new staff all the time.
Catherine, do we have a contract with them?
That company we have a contract with.
And when is their contract up? This is Logically, right?
Next June.
Next June is when their contract is up. So
I know what my thought is, but we need to try to work this out to make it work better.
yeah, we need them to give us a report on what they've been doing and figure out to make sure they're not fixing the same thing over and over again. Because they're billing us. Is the contract like an hourly contract, or is it like a flat rate for services?
There's a flat rate, but for extra items, there'll be extra charges some months there aren't.
Okay, so we definitely need to be tracking that better to make sure that we don't have the same thing popping up. Because if they haven't fixed it, it happens again, and then they're charging us for it. So Kathy can prioritize that maybe for this coming week to get that report from them. And
Yes,
try and
I've asked
that.
her to spend more time on this. She's, pretty much doing HR full time, but that's not what we hired her for.
Right.
So it was to work on assisting us with the computer system and some other projects here, and HR is just a part of it. So yes, I agree.
Catherine, is there anywhere in our contract with them that says that they have to provide us with a report?
Not that I remember.
So I think maybe something to also consider is when we release the RFP next year for whoever will be selected to provide us with IT, that's included in that contract and that request, because we should be able to call them up and say we need a report to see what we're having for repeat issues.
No, I agree. We've tried to collect it up ourselves, but again, it's email, fax, phone calls, and website, so it's not as easy as one would think.
Well, like Jason said, they have a ticketing system. They should just be able to run a report with the ticket system.
Is this onboarding, or is this Logically?
It's Logically. Kathy calls it onboarding. I just call it the Logically computer system. All right, so Kathy is working on that. She's had a great experience with the company and a relationship with some of the employees that have stayed with the company, but things have changed over, the last year because of COVID and the world and the way things are. I mean, our relationship with a lot of companies have changed.
Maybe Kathy can give us a report of things that she's dealing with?
She's working on that,
Okay.
yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. And then going on, for summer highway work, if anyone has drainage or culvert issues, let us know, so we can add that into the next summer highway program, because we are at the end of the summer highway work now. And then I'm not going to go into all of the other water sewer projects because we're putting together a master list of those. But I did want to explain out a project that Don Shute and I have been working on, which we're very happy with J.W. Parks Golf Course and the work that they're going to do up there for tree cutting. So Don Shute, the Public Works Director, and I have been working with J.W. Parks Golf Course with Michael Dugas and Stanley Kitchen, and basically to go over a few of the details. J.W. Parks Golf Course is going to do some proposed tree cutting on their property. They're also going to cut along the recreational rail trail, which is owned by the town of Pittsfield, and that is beside the golf course. We had Don Shute go up and meet with Michael Dugas to look at the area for tree removal. And you have to remember the recreational rail trail has not been cut for I don't know how many years, if it's ever been cut, but it's been many, many decades. J.W. Parks is going to hire Linkletters from Athens, Maine to cut some of his problem trees that are dying on the back westerly side of the course. He will also cut some of the trees that are dying in the town's right-of-way along the recreational rail trail. And basically we have a 33 right-of-way from the center of the road, of the rail trail. So that's 66 feet, 4 rods. So basically, Linkletters has said that we should stay within 30 feet from the center of the recreational trail, which would be a 60 right-of-way. So that will give us 3 feet on each side, so that sounds fine. So there are dead pine trees as well as rotten white birch trees that are losing dead branches in the trail. Most of the trees that were in the town's right-of-way in that old rail trail are dead or dying, and eventually there will be a safety issue. Mr. Dukas proposed that J.W. Parks Golf Course would pay to take care of those dangerous trees to be cut and chipped up at their own cost, because they already had Linkletters up there doing some work for them. That we thought was a great idea. It will save the town a lot of money. And as discussed in the past, the town has requested that the staff not work on the rail trail. That was discussed twice. So we would not be going in to build up the rail trail, clean it up, do maintenance and tree cutting costs. So this actually would work out really good for the town. It would also help some of the smaller hardwood trees so they could grow better due to the removing of the very overcrowded tree canopy. There's a great amount of white oaks there that would benefit from the selective cutting process. So this will not be a clear cutting process, it will be a selective cutting process. Donnie went out and did a walk identifying 60 to 80 dying trees that should be taken care of in the next 3 to 5 years. He marked the trees that need to be removed and told and agreed with Mike that all trees slated to be cut and removed needed to stay within the 30 feet of the right-of-way from the center of the railroad right-of-way. So there will be a 3-foot buffer of vegetation between his property line and the town's boundary, which J.W. Parks and Mike agreed to. This project looks like it definitely is in the town's best interest. We would like to draft a letter to J.W. Parks Golf Course giving them permission to go ahead with a selective cutting process, and that they would stay within the 30 feet of the center of the trail, and they would pay for the chipping of the wood debris, and would not, of course, be selling the trees for financial benefit, all of which Mike Dukas had agreed to, and we thought this was a great project and would like to go forward with it, and would thank J.W. Parks, and so we wanted to check with the town council to see if you would be fine with that. It looks like it would be a benefit to everyone.
Any questions, Counselor?
And Donnie is here in case you do have some questions. He went up to the site. I no longer can, run around in the woods, but Donnie still can.
Not hearing any questions. Amanda, Jason, any questions about the project? Okay.
All right, very good. We would like to thank J.W. Parks, and we'll put that letter together and also thank them for this. It's a good project for both the golf course and the town. And that is my last item on the town manager's report. Thank you so much.
I did have Mike Gray had a question about the report.
I didn't have a question, Heather.
Okay,
I apologize for coming in late. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yep.
Oh, okay. Gary Jordan was on the agenda tonight, and I don't know if Catherine covered that aspect of the theater or not. And
Yep, she did. She had talked to Gary earlier in the day, and we're gonna follow the recommendations that the Realtor had made for reducing the price.
Okay, and, I might add too that, in my opinion anyway, our price is not firm. If the right organization came along with the right plan, I sincerely believe that we should consider looking at an option like that. So if an organization came with a plan and not a lot of money, I think it would be worth considering. I'd like to see something happen to that theater sooner rather than later. So.
Yep, I think we share that sentiment.
Definitely.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, sorry to bother you.
Oh, thank you.
Catherine, I had a question. You had mentioned that there's a seat still open on the school board.
Yes.
If people are interested in serving on the school board, should they contact the superintendent's office, or do they come into the town hall to let people know? And how is that handled as an empty seat going forward?
All right, very good. Under the state law, there's an option in which the town council can appoint the individual until the next election. So the best thing would be to contact the superintendent's office first, so they can find out what's involved and know more about, the number of hours, the days of the meetings and everything. And then usually the superintendent's office or the individual will contact the town clerk, and then we place the item on the agenda.
Okay, pretty straightforward.
So Catherine, does it mean the next general election or the next election held in the town? Like if we were to have a special election, or we were to have the June election for the primaries, is it the actual next election or the general election in November?
It's always been done on the general election, but we'll double check that because
Okay.
we obviously have a couple coming up here.
Absolutely, which is why I'm asking, because if we need people sooner rather than later for the official ballot, we would want to know.
Yep, we'll double check on that. I believe it has to be the November election.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to move on to old business. There is none. Under new business, we have resolution 21-120. And counselors should have a packet of information along with your agenda this evening.
Resolution 21-120, resolved that the town council accept the bid of blank in the amount of blank as the total annual cost for 2022, X as the total annual cost for 2023, and X as the total annual cost for 2024, for a grand total cost to perform services for all 3 contract years as X. And furthermore, if additional days are needed, the cost shall be blank per day for year 1, blank for day for year 2, and blank for day for year 3.
I move we set resolution 21-120 to discussion for vote as follows. Resolved that the town council accept the bid of RJD Appraisal of Pittsfield in the amount of $35,000 as a total annual cost for 2022, $36,400 as a total annual cost for 2023, and $37,800 as a total annual cost for 2024, for grand total cost to perform services for all 3 contract years as $109,200. And furthermore, if additional days are needed, the cost shall be $700 per day for year 1, $728 per day for year 2, and $756 per day for year 3.
Second.
Thank you, Mike and Jason. Discussion, counselors.
How widely was this put out, Catherine? Because we only received 1 bid?
Yes, there are very few companies that do this type of work in the state of Maine. Several companies have closed down, or the individual sole assessors retired, like ours had left the state of Maine, and the last company that we had before RJD had retired. So the newspaper ad was put out, and then we used the list from the State of Maine Bureau of Taxation to send out to assessors in this area.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, counselors? Anyone from the community have questions about this item? I'm not seeing any, so let's go ahead and vote. We have a proposed amount here. We have a single bid. All those in favor of resolution 21-120, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that will pass. Resolution 21-121.
Resolution 21-121. Resolve that the town council waive the bid policy, chapter 2, administrative code, section 106, regulations of bids and contracts, and authorize the town manager and Oliver Associates to expend $29,400 to clean and CCTV inspect sewer mains on 6 roads in accordance with the proposals dated October 18, 2021 and October 20th, 2021.
I move we set resolution, what's the number on that?
121.
21-121 to discussion for vote.
Second.
Thank you. Councilors, discussion regarding resolution 121.
So this is, a big part of this is to look up at the terrace where we've been having so many issues, Catherine.
Correct.
And then a couple of the other streets that we know we'd like to eventually pave, but we need to have the lines fixed first.
Yes, definitely. So there are very few companies that do this type of work in the state of Maine. This is the company that Oliver Associates works a lot with. It's the former Ted Berry company that would come to town. Their new company name is Vortex Services. So it would be for the CCTV inspection team to do the video that then Oliver Associates can look at to determine the condition of the sewer mains on those roads and whether it needs to be replaced or not, or certain sections need to be replaced. And so it's all of the steps that are necessary in the project. It will be for the subdivision that has 5 roads in it that have issues, at least in the water mains, but we want to check the sewer mains also. Birchwood Terrace, Hamilton, Hemlock, Maple, and Arbor. If we're going to do one, we should do the others, just so that we can know the status of what is there. We had problems with one water line. Likely there's problems with other water lines. The sewer lines, there's been a few problems here and there. You may not need to replace the sewer, but we should know what we have to determine what we need to do. We also get a separate price for Library Street. The first time this came in, we did not get that price, but then I got an email from Oliver Associates that said it would be the same price for the one road that they had put on the second bid, which was Birchwood Terrace by itself. So it would be the same price for Library Street.
Question for you, Catherine. We have Oliver Associates, essentially our water department in this town by contract, correct?
And sewer.
Right, water and sewer. Almost can't have one without the other. So as an entity that takes care of our water and sewer, they, I assume, would go out for multiple bids also. So is this the only bid that they received? Were there others?
So we've gone out for pricing before and asked 3 companies to bid on the work, and twice the other companies did not bid. And the Ted Berry company, now known as Vortex, was the only one that bid. So this time, because the first 2 times they went out and tried to get bids, they didn't get any other bids. They only went to Vortex this time.
So they didn't request multiple bids. This is the only one they even attempted.
Correct, because the last 2 times over a 6-month period, 6-month period, they requested bids multiple times from the other companies and didn't get any for those other 2 projects.
We've been very unlucky with this, Mike. We've had major issues with this.
No, I understand. You can't always depend on past experience to determine future items. So I'm concerned that we didn't follow the normal process and at least make the attempt. That bothers me. and I understand the numbers being, and historically it hasn't worked out well. However, we have obligations to go multiple bids on everything and anything, and this should have been the same.
So the pricing is the same as the other bids that came in from Vortex per day?
Right, I understand. I'm not saying anything about the price on this. I'm saying about the issue that there was no attempt made for other bids, other competitive bids.
So
Based on the assumption that maybe they won't get anything. We can't run a business or a budget based on maybe an assumption.
So the town never does this. So what you're saying is we should tell all of our associates that no matter what the history is on an item, we require them to contact 3 companies if 3 companies exist.
Yes,
And if you'd like, we can do that from now on.
that's the way I'll be voting, yes.
Yep, that's fine, because that's what we would do.
Well, it depends on how the council will vote on this. If the council majority votes yes for this, and then it moves along. But personally, I don't think it was the right thing to do, and I understand that 9 times out of 10 it's going to be that way. You can almost take a best guess that the 10th one's going to be the same. But when you deal with other people's money, that's not acceptable.
Anybody else have questions?
The only thing I will say is I've dealt with inspecting pipes before, and it was very hard to get other companies in this state. You can get some from Massachusetts and down south come out, but you're going to pay quite a bit more, because where I work, we always used Tedberry because they were available, local, and they were usually cheaper.
And they would bid.
Yeah, they were big. They're getting bigger and bigger. So, and actually, that Vortex is the main quarters is out of state, but they bought up Tedberry, who's in this state,
Yes.
and that's how they incorporated into it.
A little more there.
I think we're, in today's labor market, we're lucky we had anybody bid on this. And we're lucky that they're available to do the work. I don't have a problem with waiving the bid policy for this. I think if they have bid out other projects in the last 6 months and they have not received any other bids except for this one company, that's very telling as far as what the labor market is at right now. So I'm comfortable voting on this in the affirmative.
If I may make a quick comment,
Of course you can.
you said waiving the bid policy. The bid policy was not waived when this went out to bid.
This is what the item is.
It was an
tonight.
assumption made by Oliver not to go elsewhere and waive their own bid policy. We did not give them that. We will if it gets passed tonight, but as a point of clarification, the waiving of the bid policy is at the beginning, and that's why they all go only one.
So when we're requesting work, we go out to bid for things. Requiring them to do the bidding before bringing an item to us is not something that we have put into practice yet. But it sounds like it's something you would like to bring forward and have them have it become a regular practice for them.
I
So,
believe
the item tonight is for us tonight to waive the bid policy and accept this bid for the work.
the assumption being that we will waive the bid policy. There's no statement saying that's what we're doing. We're voting on accepting of this contract. Hence, it's assumed that we're waiving the bid policy. This is not about waiving the bid policy. This is about accepting the contract. I know it's words, but legally, words make and break things.
I have a quick clarification question. In our contract with Oliver, are they required to seek multiple bids under their contract? I know that for public funds, we are required by law to do that, but they as a private entity aren't. So that's not something that, it's not necessarily that there's an assumption being made, it's that it's not the practice for private companies. Is that correct?
That would be correct. They brought this to my attention because in the first 2, I said we need to get the bids and on the first one, and then they did on the second one, and then they didn't on the third one because obviously they couldn't get any bids. But they're not used to going out. They find companies they work with as a private sector, and then they work with that company, whereas the town will continue to bid these things out, which sometimes irritates the company that does bid on it regularly. But that's just our procedures.
And one last question, Catherine. When is this work proposed to be done? Because I don't, unless I'm missing it somewhere, I don't see the proposed date.
Yeah, they're going to do it as soon as possible.
So putting it out for bid would cause this to be delayed until the spring.
It could be delayed for a while. It may not be as far as the spring, it just depends on the weather and if we found any other companies. We don't know what the schedules would be if somebody came in from New Hampshire or Massachusetts.
Okay, thank you for those clarifications.
Thank you.
So if I may, another question here. So since Over Associates is contracted to the town, and you're saying the contract that we have with them does not oblige them to go out for multiple bids.
It doesn't mention this subject.
So it doesn't oblige them to go out for multiple bids. How do we know we're getting the best price? So we have permanently, as long as that contract exists, waived the bid policy on anything that Over Associates brings to us.
Well, no, if we ask them to get multiple bids, I'm sure that they will do it. They won't want to do it, but I'm sure that they will do it.
Well, if it's not in the contract, legally, they're not obliged to. They likely will, because we've been doing business, I understand that, but legally, per contract, they're not obliged to. We can ask all day long, but they're gonna say, contract says we don't have to.
With this company, I would not expect.
No, I understand that, and I put that caveat in there. They're great people, they've been very professional, but if we use that measure for every company that we work with, there's gonna be that one that isn't going to be. We're talking about a legal binding contract.
Well, what we could do is that normally companies don't get bids for us. I mean, I can just get the bids from now on, and that would avoid the whole situation. Normally, we don't ask other companies to go get bids for us. We do the bids.
Right, but they're contracted to handle our water and sewer, and in that contract, apparently, they are going out for bids.
Well, they don't have to, because it's not in the contract. They could turn around. I could end up doing
So-
all the bids for them, but it would be better if they did it, because they are the experts.
So Over Associates got this bid for us because they just wanted to?
Because we wanted to know what was going on with the water and sewer systems in the Forest Park subdivision. There were issues with the water system, and it seemed as though if we were going to go out and apply for drinking water funds for the water system, we should know the condition of the sewer system and have it cambered so that we would know if it needed to be replaced, and if so, we could apply for clean water funding if the council so desired. Or maybe the sewer lines are fine and we only need to worry about the water lines and the road. We need to know for the capital improvement plan.
I understand why we're doing it. I understand that, there's no question. I'm just concerned about contractually why we only have one bid. And I'm concerned that contractually we have Over Associates essentially working for us, but the contract doesn't oblige them to go for competitive bids.
If we instruct them to, they will do it.
Your concern is noted. I'm gonna move on to Brent.
Okay.
The only thing I'd like to say then is, basically, instead of keep beating the dead horse here, we can either just, every time, because we're gonna have to prove the money anyways. We can either say, we don't like that figure, have the company go back and get some bids, or we just approve it and keep moving.
Most of the work that they do falls under the requirement of having the approval of the council or waiving the bid policy to spend that money.
Yeah, when we're gonna spend the money, they're gonna have to go through
We
the
have to
council
approve it
anyway,
one
so
way or the other, yeah.
we can always approve it, form more bids, or go with it.
Yes.
This is true.
So, whether they get bids at the start, we can request it at the end, if they
Correct.
don't.
So because we have a contract in place with Oliver Associates, it does not currently, we've established, it does not currently require them to get 3 bids as per the town, if the town were doing work ourselves, which we are not. We're relying on them to find the best price for us, and I have high confidence in Oliver. We've worked with them for a long time, and they've proven again and again to try and find that good pricing for us and spend our money wisely. Tonight, the question is, do we waive the bid policy and accept the single pricing that we have from Vortex through Oliver Associates sourcing to do this project? That's the question before us tonight. If we want to renegotiate our contract with them when it's up, we can certainly put that item in there that Mike has pointed out in order to require them to do that. And that's something that the council can address when we renew their contract. Does anybody else have any concerns about the proposal before us tonight?
Can we just see if anybody in the audience does?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Donnie?
Yeah, can I make this real easy? As a department head for the town, if I'm going out to spend any type of money, one of the requirements is that I get a pricing sheet that I have to do 3 quotes. I have to put down who I contacted, the time I contacted them, what date, what was proposed for the scope of work, and what their potential bid was. And if they can't do it, which I've had happen before, other companies are busy, I just had to do this with ACB Enviro, that they'd love to give me a quote, but they're so busy at Sappy Paper Mill, they're tied up for 2 months. He said, it's a $6 million project. I'm not gonna give you a price on a $5,000 project. So I write that in that scope, that they couldn't because this is what was going on. Why couldn't we require all of it to do that?
We can, we could.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
I
not
mean,
in
it's
our
a real
authority
simple thing,
contract.
so at least something comes in front of you to see that somebody's done due diligence and actually they looked in and called somebody for pricing.
Right, we can
Yeah.
ask them to do that, we can put that into the contract the next time, but we don't currently have that requirement.
Right.
And asking them to go back and retool their processes at this point, I don't think is very effective use of their time when they're also short on staff. But that's just my opinion of it.
So that we know, I have given that particular sheet and said that this is how we do things. Now, they did do this in the beginning, but they're used to settling down with certain contractors that they have a relationship with, who are the ones that bid on the projects, and their time is being spent going to people who don't give them bids. I mean, we'll go through it because we're public sector, but they're private sector and not used to it.
Jason, did you have a question? No, okay. Anybody else here with us have a question?
There's
Okay,
there's a hand raised, I think.
I'm getting to it.
Oh,
I
I'm
wanted to
sorry.
make sure we,
I'm sorry, I totally
Ben,
my
you have a
apologies.
question or some input here? And you'll have to identify yourself and your street address, please.
Yeah, Ben Hall, 237 Chester Street. We run into this all the time with master services agreements where I work, and maybe a thought is just, obviously it's not in place now, but if you do engage to perhaps amend the contract, put the competitive bid requirement for a certain threshold, right? So they're not spinning the wheels on a $4,000 or $5,000 item, but a $25,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 item. Maybe they, can reach out a little bit further. That's something kind of we've done in the past, and that might be effective. So.
And that's for a private sector company, Ben?
Yeah, yep. We have a lot of master service agreements, but when they bring in subsidiaries, sometimes we'll require that they show proof of competitive bidding over a certain threshold and there's something.
Sure. Thanks for the feedback. Anyone else on?
Where it's worth the while, right?
Great. Anyone else in the digital audience have any comments regarding this item? Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. Any final comments from the council? Okay, let's move the vote. Resolution 21-121, waiving the bid policy for this item. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, we're gonna do a roll call. Councilor Hall.
Aye.
Councilor Collmore.
Aye.
Councilor Lodgenise.
Aye.
Councilor Frost.
Aye.
Councilor Chinchet.
I vote nay.
And I vote aye, so that will pass. On to resolution 21-122. Resolve the town council authorize the town manager, I'm sorry.
That's
reading right
okay,
along.
you were doing good. Girl. Resolution 21-122. Resolve that the town council authorize the town manager to transfer $211,527.16 from pit number 48 sewer sludge removal to a new reserve account named pit in the financial services, we'll put the number in. So pit number blank, sewer projects, G3-620-00.
I move we set resolution 21-122 to discussion for vote.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Catherine, just to clarify, this is the amount we're moving that's over the amount we're required to have in there.
That would be correct. And I did leave a little extra buffer there because when the different CDs and the treasury bonds are sold, sometimes the price is lower and it will dip down under the 600,000. So I left a buffer in there, and then a lot of times it'll be way over.
Okay.
But that will separate the money, as the finance committee has suggested, so that we'll have the extra money that we can spend for the different projects and allocate in a separate reserve account. And that was a good idea.
So this has been discussed and approved by the finance committee?
It's been suggested by the finance committee, just to make things clearer, not that we
Yeah.
want to create more reserve accounts.
Just
but-
stands out a little better, so
Yeah.
we know that, hey, we got 210,000 over here that we can use.
Okay.
It was kind of mixed in with a bunch of stuff that you could easily overlook, I think.
And we were constantly asking how much money was available, so
Right.
this will make it more clear.
It'll
Okay,
be in
perfect.
that account that we can spend, and the rest is required by the USDA in the regular sewer sludge removal account for our loan to stay there.
Right.
So these funds in this reserve is just for sewer water, or is it just for sewer?
Just for sewer projects.
Just for sewer projects.
This
It
is
can't
a-
be transferred out or anything, it's just a reserve account.
All right, so we'll keep the amount of money that we're required, which is the 600,000 plus the buffer that's required by our USDA 30-year loan to get that big loan and the $1.5 million grant for the sewer sludge project. So the excess now, because we've proven it costs less than what was originally thought in 1990s, and then 2003, and then 2004, it was done again by the engineers. And then this project went forward. So we've proven that we only need 600,000, but it was a requirement of our loan. So it took us almost 2 years to get that taken off the loan. We have the letter of approval, and so now we're going to separate the funds that we can spend and put it in its own account, and then start spending it for projects.
All right. Any other comments from the council this evening? Anybody in the audience here in the town hall? Anyone in the audience in the digital world have any comments regarding this item? Not seeing any. All right, councilors, we're going to vote on resolution 21-122. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that will pass. Discussion items, there are none. Reports, we will go to audience first. Here in our audience, here in our audience, anybody have any reports to give to the council? Any questions? Not seeing any. Anyone in the digital world have any comments to the council this evening? You can either use the raise hand, or if you are not on video, you can turn your video on. There's an iPad 97. I'm not sure who you are. You'll need to identify yourself and state your address as well, please.
Hi, it's Amber Quint from 114 Summer Street.
Hi, Amber.
I just wanted to make a comment about the voting yesterday and the flow through the town office. I find it very inconvenient as far as handicap accessibility. Going in the back door and thinking you can handle a flight of stairs and then being told, you know, I had to walk my grandmother up through the front of she didn't want to take the elevator, she wanted to take the stairs, but the fact that we couldn't go up that little short staircase right back out to the parking lot, I just couldn't believe it. They were going to move the barricade for us to use the elevator, and instead we walk up the big staircase all the way out through the town office, back out through the front and around to the back parking lot. And I just think that, you know, COVID's kind of here to stay, that maybe we could just get the regular flow back and stop making more barriers, you know, for our elderly and handicapped to come vote or to participate in anything at the town office. Thank you.
Thanks, Amber. Anyone else on Zoom this evening like to make any comments? Okay, not seeing any, we'll go to counselors, so we'll go around the room.
I think Howard's waving.
Howard's waving his hand.
Oh, I'm sorry, Howard, go ahead. I was looking for a little yellow hand.
Real hand.
Go ahead.
Couple of questions. I have a question regarding the police staffing. and how that's coming. I see that the chief is on the Zoom, I think, and wondering where we're at with that. When I get awakened at 2 o'clock in the morning by a neighbor yelling effing that and effing this, and keeping us awake till 3, and not being able to reach anybody because there's nobody patrolling, I have a problem with paying the taxes that I do. So I like to understand that, why we are not fully staffed.
Okay, thank you, Howard. Anybody in the digital audience have anything else to update the council on? Okay, I'm not seeing anything, so we'll go to counselors.
Well, is the chief available to speak to Howard?
Am I going to get an answer?
Yeah.
Well, I just asked twice and he did not respond.
Well, can we just ask him?
I just asked for input twice from anybody in the digital audience and nobody has responded. Lindsay now has her hand up.
Chief Bickmore, are you there?
Sounds like he's coming down the stairs. I bet he's having technical issues.
Yeah, he probably is.
I can hear him.
Seems pretty stiff. We can get Lindsay.
Hi, Pete.
Technical issues?
I see him.
There's a seat over there.
All right, Chief's here. If you'd like to respond to that, Chief, we had a question about an update on police staffing. If you'd like to respond.
Well, we're working on recruitment, trying to get another officer hired full-time. I've made recommendations to the town council labor board. I don't always get the boards right, but to make further enhancements for recruitment. We definitely need, more officers. We're shorthanded. Even though we just hired 2, one's brand new, one's in the academy. We just hired an officer who's got a lot of experience, so he just started, but right now we're basically 3 officers, 3.5 officers. So we're doing the best we can.
Pete, can you just clarify for me, how many new hires do you have right now?
We have 2.
2 new hires, and that includes the full-time that you just hired?
Correct. One has a lot of experience, came from the Portland Police Department, and the second is a brand new officer, and he has little experience, and he's, he can't really work alone.
Is that the reserve that was hired full-time, Officer Kettle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we have another reserve that was hired too?
We have one that we hired, Officer Kettle, and we have one full-timer who was a certified officer, which is what we're trying to attract now.
But we hired another reserve as well.
We hired Chris Carr.
Oh, I thought you were talking for full-time.
No, I asked about reserves.
We hired
so
Chris
one new
Carr.
reserve on.
We hired Chris Carr as a reserve, and we're trying to recruit more reserves also.
So we have Sergeant Cochran is full-time.
Correct.
And then younger Cochran is in academy.
Austin
is in academy. And then we have the new full-time hire. What is his name?
William Kettle.
The other gentleman that you hired.
Frank Pellerin.
And how many reserve officers do we have aside from Chris Carr that was just hired?
We're allocated for 8. I believe we have 6 on board right now, but one's in medical school, one just relocated to another state, Alabama, for a job. so he's gonna work when he comes home, but, so we're really down to,
Does that give us 4
Like
and
4.
2 off and on?
right. And they only, as I've mentioned many times at these meetings, they work sporadically.
Does the 4 include Chris Carr, or is that in addition to Chris Carr?
No, that includes,
That includes Chris. So we have 4 reserves, then 4 full-time officers, but 1 is in training.
right, but the reserves don't work every day.
Right.
Some
No,
of
I
the
was trying to
reserves
count
work
everybody
a
up.
handful of times a year. They may work 8 or 10 times a year. They may work once a month, or some of them, you know, they have full-time jobs and other commitments. So it's hard to, you can't depend on them. But as far as what Dr. Migalski's talking about, as far as regular patrol, you know, we're short-staffed and we're not covering all the shifts. That's what he's talking about. So we need to, I guess it's a good thing he brought that up. It's something that, I know we have the committee within the town council for the labor committee, but I think as the chief, I mean, I'm saying to all of you that we need help, we need more help, and we need to look at the incentives that we can offer to get to attract more officers. I mean, we've offered a $15,000 sign-on bonus. That's very nice, but I'm not trying to be wise or flip, but we're not the only game in town. You just have to go on the website and you can see there's dozens of communities around the state that are doing the same thing, and some are offering more. So we're all competing for the same bodies. It's very, very competitive. It's not just in Maine, it's across the country. But if we want to set ourselves apart from these other communities, we have to offer more money and more benefits. And it's going to cost money, but that's how it is. And the towns and cities that are doing this across the state, across the country, they're not having the problems like we are. So I've had one officer accept the $15,000 sign-on bonus, and I haven't had one other certified full-time officer apply. So this is what we're going to get. We're going to have more complaints like the doctor's talking about. I don't really want to discuss other things that aren't being done, but we're doing all we can. My officers haven't had vacations. They're working under hazardous conditions, long hours, and we need support from the whole council. And I appreciate what we've got, but I hate to say we need more, but we need more.
Chief, can you give me an idea what our staffing was at this time last year? How it's changed? Like how many officers did we have full-time last year this time?
6.
We had 6 full-time. Did that include you as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So we had 6 last year, we have 4 now, plus you would be 5, so we're actually only down 1 full-time officer.
No, we really-
If Austin wasn't in school.
No. Right now we're allocated for 7. That includes Mike Cray as the SRO. Mike's been working part-time on patrol.
Okay, he wasn't in our tally earlier, so there's actually 5 full-time officers?
Up until last week, it was myself, Marty Cochran, and Mike Craig covering all the patrol since this past pretty much March and April. The 3 of us, or 2.5 really. So now we have Officer Pellerin on board, and we have Officer Kettle, who's, you know, working his field training. You know, he's with another officer. So you can't really count him. I mean, it's nice to have him there, and he helps out a lot. He's doing a good job. But he can't be on his own as a body. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting there, I'm trying to keep them all straight.
Okay.
So
So it's really 4 officers with 1 in training that job shadows one of the other officers?
Yeah, he's
Okay.
shadowing, that's a good way to say it. So we have 4, like I've said, but, that includes me, I'm working patrol full-time, plus administrative stuff. We have Mike Craig, who's doing double duty, school and patrol. And, that's where our gaps are.
So Officer Pellerin is the full-time, qualified police officer that was just hired.
Yes, ma'am.
And when is he ready to go out on his own?
He's on his own.
Okay, so he is on his own. And then
He did
Officer
training for a
Kettle,
week.
when does he complete his training?
Excuse me?
Officer Kettle, when does he complete his training?
It'll probably be a few more months before he'll be able to really be out there by himself.
So January, do you think?
Oh, no, I don't think so. It all depends, I'm not sure, I can't tell you a definite time frame, but as soon as we can, he's experienced and feels confident, and I feel he's confident, my sergeant, to be out there. I mean, it takes several months.
So how many more are we looking to get? We're looking to get 2 more?
No, we need to hire 1 more, and then that
And then
doesn't
you want-
count what I've asked for in the next budget
Right,
for officer safety.
Right.
So we can try to enhance the patrol coverage to have at least 2 on a shift.
right.
So right now we're only down 2 full-time officers from where we were last year. And when Officer Kettle finishes his training, and then when Austin finishes his academy training, then he has to do several months of side-by-side training with another officer, correct?
Did you say Officer Cochran?
Officer Cochran, who's in
No,
the
when he-
academy now?
No, when he comes back, he'll only have to do a little field training.
Okay.
He won't have to go that long before he'll be able to, he'll probably be able to do a few weeks, and then he'll be on the road by himself.
And when does he complete academy?
The middle of December.
So by the end of the year, middle of January, we should have 5 full-time officers available to us again, and 1 that might need 2 more months of training, which would put you back up to 6 full-time.
That includes me.
Correct.
And
But
I'm
you said
filling
you
a
were
full-time
included-
patrol shift.
Right, but you said you were included in the 6 full-time that you said we had on staff last December.
Correct.
We're short then, we're still short.
I'm just saying we're gonna be back up to our regular staffing where we were at last January, we'll be back up to that within a month or so.
Can I?
Well, not the way you're saying it. No, we've got, Officer Cochran's in the academy, so just say he's out till the end of the year, because when he gets back, he'll probably want to take a week or 2 off. It'll be the holidays. Officer Kettle's gonna be several more months before he's gonna be able to work alone. And when he starts working alone, it's gonna be when somebody else is working. I just can't put him out alone.
I understand
You know
that.
what I'm saying?
Does Officer Kettle still need to go to the academy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that scheduled?
Yeah, it's tentatively scheduled. He's tentatively scheduled right now to go next August.
Okay, so he has to work with somebody else at least through August.
He's gonna be working with someone a good part of that.
Okay.
So you can't really count him as a body. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, we're paying him, so I'm counting him as a body. He
Yeah.
might not be fully trained, but
No, I
we're paying him
understand. No, I
and he's an
understand.
officer.
Well, he
No, I
can't cover
understand what you're
shifts by
saying, but
himself.
he's not like, he can't go out and work by himself tonight
I understand that.
by himself.
I understand that.
There's someone online that.
I'm trying to
Is it possible
understand what's going on here. I'm trying to build a timeline in my mind to see, because this is like stages, people are coming on in different stages, so I'm trying to understand when things are happening and how many officers we're gonna have at each period of time. Because I want to acknowledge Howie's concern about having disturbances in the middle of night and try and give him some idea of when that's gonna be addressed, is what I'm getting at. So we have 4 full-time officers that can patrol by themselves right now. We have 1 in training that will have a couple more months, and then he'll be gone Officer Kettle will be going to academy next summer, hopefully. And then Austin Cochran will be coming back from training and should be by himself in January, correct?
Yeah, approximately.
Okay, so that'll give us 5 full-time officers available to patrol by themselves in January, and 1 officer to float in shifts as needed, as well as our 4 reserves. Did I get all that?
Good job.
Okay, just trying to keep it all straight because people are kind of coming and going at different times. So does that kind of give you more information, Howie, as far as where we stand on the staffing for the police department?
Right. It's helpful, but at the same time, given the incidents that we've had in the past month or two with the police and around town, it's of some concern. To say, emergencies happen, at any time, and that's why they're called emergencies. And if we don't have people to respond at those times, then I don't care how many warm bodies you're gonna have. If you don't have one now, then it don't matter.
This is, I guess what I would just like to reiterate is, my focus, we hired Officer Kettle, he's doing a good job. That wasn't my preference. My preference was to hire certified officers first to make up the 3 officers that we were down. So we wouldn't be in this position. So if we could have hired another officer like Officer Pellerin, who's certified and full-time, he could have done a field training and been on his own in a week. So we're not in that predicament, but that's what I'm trying to fill the void with now, is to at least get another full-time officer. And that's why I think, as a council and as your supervisor of your police department, we've really got to try to, I think, up the ante to attract a qualified officer. And it's very competitive, but I think if we do that as a council, I think we'll be able to attract and retain another qualified officer who would be a really good fit for the town.
Okay.
And help mitigate what the doctor's talking about.
Okay. Brett, did you want to speak?
Thank you.
What's the, what do they work, 8-hour shifts or 10, 12-hour shifts?
We're working 10 now, but we're covering 12 each.
And
We're on
you
call
have 4 full-time officers
right now.
right now. So as a previous shift worker, we covered all those days right straight ahead with 4 crews, same as you'd have 4 people. And we could work as an 8-hour shift rotation where people get 5 days in a row off, and there's a 12-hour shift rotation where you could schedule and people can get 7 days in a row off. So there's no, in my opinion, I don't see where you would ever lack having somebody covering a shift.
We don't have people covering, we're working 10-hour shifts and we're on call
Like I said, with a 4 rotation, any of these mills you go in, they have 4 crews.
Right.
And they work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. And they deal with just 4 crews. Same as your man would be one of the crews. So you got 4 different crews.
Right.
So you should be able, there should always be somebody on coverage.
There isn't. Well, no, we have people on call, but we don't have coverage around the clock.
And see, I don't understand why you couldn't then.
Because we haven't had enough people.
4 people cover 7 days a week, 24 hours a day.
We've only had 4, up until last week, we only had 3. Up until a month ago when we hired Will, we only had 2.5.
Okay, but now you have 4. You should be able to cover 7 days a week, 24 hours a day.
Well, we'll be adjusting the schedule as we get,
Right.
you
So
know.
if you need help looking at different schedules, you get out there, it's called a Mansfield schedule, there's a Southern Swing schedule, it depends on if you want to work 12s or 8s. I'm sure, Pete, you worked shift work before?
Just a little, but
GE does the same thing?
but I didn't do swing.
No, but they have. So a 4-man crew can do 7 days a week, 24 hours a day.
Right, but you have to have people that backfill those positions also on days off.
You don't need, I said, one of those
Yeah, you
individuals
need time
wants
off.
7 days in a row off.
Yeah, if you rotate them correct.
Yeah, if you wrote it there correctly, you can work.
But it might, yeah, I don't know where it is with like a union, you know, I don't know what they have for.
Well, you're just saying they're working 10s now.
We're working 12-hour, we're working 10-hour shifts, but we're on call for the
It's
2 hours before. or
worth looking
after.
into for sure.
Yeah.
If you can,
You look at different schedules.
yeah. And cover with, and backfill with reserves.
Every mill in this state, that's they work. Four shifts, cover 24 hours.
We are backfilling a lot of the shifts for
Right.
reserves.
So just,
But now that he has 4 people, you should build cover.
right, yeah. I know what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's all I have to say.
All right, any other counselors have comments regarding this, or we want to move on?
There's a person on there who wants to have a question.
Okay, so this actually, I don't want to turn this, it's supposed to be counselor reports or audience reports. So Lindsay, go right ahead, and then we're going to go back to counselors.
Hello. Hi there. My question was sort of related to Howard's question around emergency responsiveness, not necessarily with the police, but I'm sure you guys have heard about some of the ambulance shortages in our community right now and the healthcare, obviously, crisis that we're all in. And I just kind of wanted to inquire as to whether the town had any communication with SVH and or the fire department or the police department around emergency responsiveness in times of critical shortage of ambulance crews. And I guess my other question was, are the officers that we're onboarding cross-trained in CPR and or any of that stuff to try to mitigate some of the risks to the community that's very real right now?
Donnie, I think you're the only fire department person that we have here. Have you had any updates from SBH as far as ambulance services?
Yeah, we're a critical staff, and I mean, it is what it is. A lot of them with the post-vaccination myself, I just got a letter stating that I've had COVID, but unless I have the COVID vaccination, even though I'm immune to it, they've taken my EMS license away. There's been a bunch of them, but we are a critical shortage. I mean, and most firefighters are doing CPR, first aid, so the PD.
That's all basic training.
Yeah, it's all basic
first aid
training. Yeah, and we're covering. I don't know if anybody saw the news yesterday, but Newport has made a decision to buy an ambulance and is able to staff that, so it'll be another ambulance in the area. Hopefully, he's got pretty good staffing. I got pretty good staffing for my rescue, my fire department in Detroit. Critical levels everywhere, and nobody's doing it anymore. So it is tough, but we all rely on one another. So it's not unheard of when I've had to have a citizen do C-spot, and I'll tell them exactly this is what I need you to do, and they're working under my scope of my license. So yeah, it's tough, and unless we can turn around what's going on now, the current trending, volunteer organizations are having the same problems, whether it's a Lions Club, the Elks, or we need to get the youth involved, definitely. So hopefully we're maintaining right now. So hopefully we can get through this new era of COVID and move forward.
Right. Thanks for the question, Lindsay.
So as we just real quick, as we onboard these new employees, especially the officers that are on orientation before they're out on their own, it might be worthwhile to cross-train them in not just basic first aid, but in CPR. It's pretty attainable and it's affordable, and I just wanted to throw that recommendation out there if someone can pass that message along.
Pete, is CPR already part of the basic training?
We've done CPR for all of our officers. We've carried AEDs, Narcan, you know.
Yeah, they've got that covered, Lindsay. Part of their basic training.
Okay, thank you.
We are first responders to most of the calls.
Yeah, usually the police is there first. So, okay, anyone else in the audience have any comments for the council this evening? All right, I don't see any yellow hands, I don't see any hands here, so we're gonna go ahead and go to counselors. Jason, do you have anything this evening?
No, I mean, we covered the IT report and the police hiring. I did ask a while back on, in June about, town attorney report. I was just kinda curious how, like, if they could give us a breakdown of kind of what we do in the warrants, just a breakdown of like what it is and then like how much it's costing. I just wanted to see like a general.
Yeah, I'm actually working on that.
Okay,
so
alright.
that-
It looked like it was kind of there, I just didn't,
Yeah.
it's over, you know, a year period or whatever.
Yes, well, I'll have a good period, I have 2-year period.
Oh, wow, okay, good.
And I'm working on it, once we get through the whole budget process and the over 300 hours on that, I'm now getting caught up. So,
Okay.
I have that scheduled for the next council meeting.
Okay, and then just for my education, I asked for a discussion item to be on the agenda, and I was told that basically discussion items don't go on the agenda when we are in workshop season, because we're trying to cut these things shorter, and it is, I mean, I did the procedure the correct way, went through the town clerk and had it well before the deadline to get it on the agenda, and it wasn't there. But then I was told, you know, it's just not. We don't put discussion items on the agenda during this time of year, and I was unaware of that.
I'm not aware of what your item was or the request.
Well, it doesn't really matter what the item is.
Town
It's just-
manager's report.
Oh, it's in the report.
It ended up being, yes, but
Okay.
I'm just saying in general, it didn't get on I wanted it as a discussion item, so we didn't overlook it, and it wasn't at the end when everybody's ready to go home, and it doesn't give the due diligence of actually talking about it.
Yeah, and I can, during budget season, always put those in the town manager's report so that they're not overlooked.
Okay.
But I've been told not to have all these big, long discussion meetings so that we could start the budget workshops, you know, earlier.
Okay.
Which of course it didn't work out this
I
time.
realize that,
Right.
but, I mean,
Tried to do it.
citizens are asking you for something and you don't, you know, I just want the citizens to know I put it in there as requested, and it was on I did the right process, and so I just don't want them to think I didn't listen to their concern or whatever.
It sounds like it was included in the town manager report, which is actually at the beginning of the
Yeah.
agenda versus discussions is still at the end of the agenda. So did that accomplish what you wanted to make sure that it was addressed?
Roughly, yeah.
Was there anything
Good
you
enough.
wanted to
No,
add to the
it's-
item?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
No.
Did you
I just
have
wanted
any-
to make sure I was doing the correct procedure.
Okay, did you have anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Amanda?
Thank you. First, thanks to the audience who's here. Again, I say this every time now that we actually have an audience coming. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here. We are your voice and we need to hear what you're saying. And thanks to the department heads for all of their hard work as we dive into this budget season, into our workshops. I really appreciate you and everything that you do. And for sticking around tonight as we had these long discussions, hoping that it was going to be a shorter meeting for you. And just as a side note, I just wanted to echo Lindsay's concern about the emergency services. I did notice the other day, so I see that we do have coverage, at least from Clinton, because their emergency services were here in town responding to a call, and I was actually a little shocked to see them in Pittsfield, and then remembered that the orders went into effect over the weekend and knew we would be shorthanded. So I'm glad to hear that our officers are a great backup to that, and hopefully we can get through this fairly quickly. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Pete, do you have anything this evening?
No, I have nothing this evening.
Okay, thank you.
No, I have none to report.
Okay, Michael?
Of course I do. So I will echo what Amanda had said about thanking everybody for showing up. This has been a real treat and a pleasure having this many people show up, not only here, but on the calls. You know, always the topic of why they show up has never been pleasant or always pleasant, but thank you all very much for doing that. I did some quick calculations.
approximately 4,000 people in the town, a little over 1,000 showed up, almost 26% voter turnout for an off year for the vote. So I think that's absolutely fantastic. We take it for granted way too much, practicing democracy. We see the last couple of years on what happens when people don't speak up and let the majority be heard. So thank you all very much. So based on that, I would like to segue into a suggestion. I wanted to make a motion, but I certainly didn't want any conflict, but I want everyone to, the councilors to think about it. So we're in a unique position at the end of the year where we will be losing our mayor and deputy mayor. We will have no sitting authority to start and operate a meeting when it comes time to vote for a new mayor and new deputy mayor. So I would recommend that the last meeting we had with the current council then vote for the new mayor and new deputy mayor, and we can account for Mr. Saucier and tentatively Mr. Jester. Congratulations to both of them, by the way, to attend if they so choose. Certainly, if either one of them do get chosen and voted in, certainly wouldn't allow them taking the oath until the following year when the new year starts up. But I've been looking through the charter. It doesn't really address that, but the mayor always presides over the meeting, and if we have no mayor, no deputy mayor, we have no legal authority to even start a meeting. So I'd recommend the last one we have, with you still on the bench. That's when we would vote for the mayor, at least the mayor, to start the new year, the next meeting. Then we'll continue from there. So, other than that, thank you all very much for showing up, and that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I am going to be extremely brief because we have department heads politely waiting. I just want to thank the voting staff for putting in a very long day. Not only are they here in the morning at 8 to open up, they're here to set everything up ahead of time, and then they stay late into the night to do all the counting and clean up and everything else. So thank you so much for all of them for doing that. I had excellent comments from voters as they came out, that it was a breeze, they went in and out. The stairs are an issue, a huge issue for the elderly in our community. And boy, don't even think you're gonna stop those little ladies from going down the stairs and putting their vote in. They're very committed, and they muscled through, and they came back up, and they said, it's my duty, and I'm gonna do it. So God bless them for muscling through and doing that, and I tried to get a couple to use the elevator, and they didn't want to, so. Yeah, our building is definitely not designed with handicap accessibility in mind. It might be something we want to address at some point in time, because no matter how you slice it, you have to go up and down stairs to get to the elevator, which doesn't make any sense to me how the building was designed in that way. So it's something definitely to think about in the long term. It just boggles my mind it was done like that, but it was a different era than now, and we're all very conscious about it. So anyway, so thank you to the voting staff for doing that. There were very many lines at all, and everybody was able to just breathe right through, in and out, and it turned out to be a beautiful day, and I got a sunburn standing out there. So who knew that could happen in November? I will look for a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Okay, I think Pete beat you to it. All right, so we're going to adjourn this meeting. We're going to have a quick break for anybody that needs to run out to home for any type of reason and back. And then we'll come back here in like probably, let's say like 4 minutes or less. So we can get our budget workshop underway.
I'm leaving everything on.
Yeah, don't touch anything.
Yeah,
We're good.
Get back on.
Don't touch anything.
I don't like the audio.
Yeah, I know, they should have that before Kathy did it.
I think what happened is when they first tried to set this up, they turned that on and then everything went off.
Yeah.
And so they're just like, don't, wherever you don't turn that on. But it sounds like.
Those things are really good.
It sounds like whatever the issue was has been fixed.
Yes, I can study it. You go ahead. Don't ask me for address. I remember it too.
They shut down on weekends?
They do shut down on weekends, but we don't have coverage. It used to be on call, but now we don't have coverage.
I don't know about your the guy that works for me.
Yeah.
No worries. I didn't feel.
Some of these other towns did.
Yeah.
I just washed my hands, I promise that's what that is.
It's always suspect. We don't know what they do.
Yeah, so, welcome my race.
What do you think about
Yeah,
this
thank you.
hat?
Awesome.
We are just.
I want to go beat him. Street of player.
As long as the Braves.
That's right.
Everybody's
The
here.
Boston
Yeah.
Braves. They used to be.
So, I just wanted to say hi. I'm not making my face today, as long as you guys think it's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, of course, thank you.
Well,
That is my
I've
understanding.
always
Next-
what's that
Yeah,
done?
the fire department, the highway department.
Well, no, it's in a half hour.
I'm Valerie,
All right,
from
so
the
we'll
Bangor
leave
Daily
30
News,
seconds
and I
and
just
somebody
wanted to
else
say
will-
hi. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Hope to attend
Kinda.
more meetings in the future, but I just moved to the area, so this is my first time
I know,
actually in person.
I know.
Bring
Bring referendum.
The thing that I think that's, thank you. We have to place our work.
I got, you guys gave me $4,500.
Yes, I promise no matter what,
Tim's gonna do.
I'm a new reporter.
You must got your own.
Congratulations.
I told you.
Where are you from?
No, no.
It's a bar. How much you gonna bring?
Two.
So that's why you want to.
I do think that at least there's
No,
a
no,
temporary
it's coming.
ban.
We're expanding.
Because one of the things that we.
I got everything. Yeah, yeah. Anywhere from the town, you can't. I kid for nothing, but if you get hurt, liability on town.
Like, come on.
Don't
be one.
Why not? Take the down, hang it down, I dropped the
But we don't.
Just like 11:30 in the morning, we walked in, and it's 7 minutes walk, walk in,
I'm Valerie.
bang, it was a 9,
Hi.
109.
Nice to meet you.
You don't know my face.
Oh,
Oh, there you go. Great.
You never see that. You were right there already.
Yeah, my story, Aaron. So it's kind of a picture, I just.
You did right?
That's why.
Really?
Welcome to the stage.
Where from?
That's one of the.
Give my dollar bills
That's
out.
one of the.
Fight over dollars.
You have 6 left to go. My brother has 6 left to go, so we're.
I was in Ohio this summer. Really just to try to- with a brief couple of stops, stuff like that. I was able to see.
Yes, I heard.
Yeah.
But I was thinking on my way out to where my parents live.
5 of the people here, I had a student, that they know me.
Well, pleasure to meet you.
Thanks so much. You too.
Well, that was their symbol party.
Are you here?
And the water, I have every morning. Yeah, okay, thank you. Donnie, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, good. Very good.
I don't blame them. These nights get longer and longer.
Okay, folks, let's get
25
back
minutes I've been in
at it.
bed. I don't blame you.
35. All right, we're gonna tackle cemeteries first because we have Peter, and then we're gonna do transfer station, public works, and recycling because Donnie's here, building and grounds too. So we'll do all those, and then we'll go on to streetlights and recreation. I'm sorry, recreation and then streetlights. Okay, folks, we are going to go right into the town council budget workshop. This is not a separate Zoom meeting because the system has trouble going from one meeting right into another one. It just doesn't work. So we're going to go, it's all going to be one recording. And are they going to be able to separate it later, Catherine?
It'll be all together, no.
It'll be all together. Okay, so we'll go by day. And I have a notice I have to clear.
You just
So-
skip ahead.
Okay, so we're gonna go here to cemeteries, and we have Peter Snow, who's our sexton of cemeteries. He's gonna give us a report and talk about his budget, which is found where? Which is found,
Yeah, so his budget is 10-15 cemeteries. It has increased $2,183.
Can you tell us which tab you're on, please?
Yes, all right, so that is in tab 3. Now let's go forward to the cemetery budget. There are copies of the budget out for everyone up front, so they can see all of those. So
page 29.
There we go.
Thank
Mike.
you.
There we go.
So this budget has an increase of $2,183, or 3.9%. And this is based around the minimum wage has gone up from $2.15 per hour to $2.75 per hour. So we had to increase our pay above that. So it has a little bit more of an increase. And Peter wanted to make sure we had an extra employee for next year, which is needed because some of the employees leave during the year and they're part-time, temporary. So that will give him an extra person.
This includes the extra person, or is that additional?
No, because it's a part-time position, you can have any setup that you need, like the recreation, for example. So it's not an addition.
Peter, do you want to tell us anything else here about your budget?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay.
I'm somewhat long-winded.
The floor is yours.
Okay, and looking at my former students, they know what I like to write on the board. I put an outline on the board. And Mr. Junquette, I'm going to ask him a question in a minute. We're going to test his knowledge.
Okay.
Again, I've been here, I taught here since 1973. I retired in 2007, 2008, was approached by Mr. Bartlett to take over the job, in which I did, with some reservations, but it's come out to be good. Okay? I want to talk about the cemeteries we have. First of all, I'm gonna ask, well, Mr. Chincat.
Yes.
How many cemeteries does the town of Pittsfield have?
5.
You conclude with that, Amanda?
I believe so, yes.
You believe so? Mr. Hall?
Sure.
Okay, there are 5 cemeteries that the town of Pittsfield has to take care of. Peltoma, which is the main one, is a little under 4 acres. The next one is the Powers/Higgins one, which is on Route 2. Those 2 are the only 2 we bury at. The other ones have military people, and you must, by federal law, take care of those. The third one is the Carr Cemetery between here and Clinton, right on the right. That has the oldest 2 people I have, 2 Revolutionary War men are there. And if you notice there, they are the Arlington National Cemetery stones, 2 brothers. And that's called the Carr Cemetery because there's 2 others buried there, and they were the War of 1812.
Is that the one across from the UI Road?
Yes.
Okay.
The 4th one is the Weymouth Cemetery. Most people don't even know we had 5 cemeteries. They always thought we had 3. The Weymouth one is on Route 100, heading towards Clinton, by Tony Poulin's house. It's down on the river. That one has been neglected for decades. I've tried, but with the equipment, it's hard. It takes me almost a week to take care of the one on Peltoma with 2.5 men. I'll come back to that. That one is, Tony Poulin has given us permission. We went down there this year. We saw all the damage that's got to be done. Someone was using some of the stones as target practice. 4 years ago when I went down, there's a Civil War 22-year-old that was killed in Spotsylvania. I applied for a stone. It takes a long time to get a veteran stone. I got to document everything, and the only document I've got there is his name and his age. That's it, other than being killed in Spotsylvania. The 5th one is the Wilson off Route 2. It's on the Wilson Road. That has been in neglect, but we've kept it up. The only issue I have down there is I got about 8 huge pines that should be cut and milled out for the community, for the town, which they did on the Power Cemetery a number of years ago, which we own, I think, roughly 36 acres there. So any questions on any of the cemeteries I have? Because my students would know, please don't interrupt me till I say, are there any questions? So, under Part A, the cemeteries. Any questions?
You said that the Peltoma one is 4 acres.
Just under, yeah.
Ish. How big are the other ones?
Power Cemetery is probably maybe about 1 acre. The Weymouth one, the size of this room. Yes. The Carr Cemetery on Route 100 is probably 1/4 acre. And then the Wilson one, where they are burials, is probably the size of this room.
So the Wilson one's the size of this room, but we own 36 acres out there?
No, Powers.
Oh,
Powers. We own a lot there because they milled years ago, before I started, they cut the pine to build a building that's down by the water treatment facility at the town garage.
Is it 36 there to expand the power?
Yes, that's what I've expanded already, and because of, like everyone else, short of help.
Right.
I've got it all marked out. I think the town council, Miss Ruth could help me with this. I think I had a little over $1.1 million, $1.2 million in improvements, and I think the town council last year, $4,500 to do the work.
Yes.
And I've got all the roads marked. I just got to dig them. They've got the gravel. I've got that all planned out. The seed and all of that, we figured right around $4,000, $4,500. And there's me at 75. I've got a worker 71 and one worker 62. And they worked. And they worked hard. And for the 5 cemeteries, to just mow, 3.5 days to mow Deltona, 2 of us. Then we have a day and a half, but you gotta throw in something. Funerals,
Yeah.
you can't work. Like today, I dug 2 graves. I had 2 funerals today, I had to get them dug early this morning. So those are the things that slow. Now, you can't be working when I've got funerals. You just can't. So those are the 5 cemeteries. Any more questions about the cemeteries we have? Yes?
You said, and I remember the discussion about needing to expand for future
Yes.
needs, the 4,500. If you don't have time and manpower to do that, are you looking at getting bids to have the work done out on contract?
No,
or
next year.
You'll just plan on doing it and work
Next year, and I know that's upset one family in town. Oh, yeah, in town. But I can't get it done.
And do you, we have that new tractor for you. Do you have a way to trailer it around, or do you need to rely on Public Works or somebody?
Public Works.
They'll move it for you?
They do all the work. They have been, Tim McCarthy, Don Shute, they've been wonderful. Because if I need someone to string trim. I have a difficult time walking up and down each other's string trim. I just do. So I'll go to Donnie or Tim McCarthy. I said, can you give me one guy this week? Just for a day. And they're short too. So if someone has been out that needs some hours, come down and see me. And I'm going to tell you what they're going to do. They're going to string trim. I have, and I'll use the name, Stan Short. He mows. And he mows 6, 7, 8 hours a day. And he says he comes in at 3:30 in the morning. I'm going, no. Then I have another one, Jim Allen. He hates to mow. He's 62, and he wants to string trim. Well, I have to do the work too. I have to mow, string trim, and dig graves. Because we did hire someone for the summer, but he was a teacher. Nothing against teachers, but he was there one day, not the next. Then he had to go back to school. So I've got to, well, I'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
B, I need you part-time. I need 4. I really do. And it's hard from April to middle of November. Somebody had mentioned, excuse me, my legs are better, so I can, homeschooled workers. Well, I need someone. I do. I mean, I need someone to be there all the time with me. The second one, Saxon, I'm not going to go over what I have to do, is look on your sheet down under 20-05, equipment. If you notice out to the right, how much have I got?
1,800.
1,800?
Zero.
No, that's under 25-05.
No.
20-05.
Sir,
I did the same thing, Jason.
you got enough.
It says equipment purchases, shovels, sod knives, rakes, mower blades, weed beater, spools, etc. What's there? Should be 750.
You need 750 in there?
Yeah, I had it last year. You know what it cost me? Those mower blades and weed beater spools. Those weed beater spools go $59. And one guy will burn out one whole row in the summer or a year. The mower blades, Tim does a great job of keeping them sharp. But you know, you're hitting stones, you try not to. You're hitting rocks that you don't, right? And so we can, usually Tim can get them sharpened about 2, maybe the 3rd time. And they're mulching blades. We mulch everything. 89 to 100. So that's another 750. I could live with 500.
So,
750 is what I had the last year.
so do you need 1,500 in there, or the 750 is what?
750, no, total, under that 20-05, there's nothing on mine. I'd like 750, but I could live with 500.
Well, we'll put the 750 in there and go from there.
I'm an ultra conservative. I don't like using the town's money when taxpayers, when you don't have to. Now, item C, tractors in the capital budget. I budgeted for 8,500. I get 4 bids, sometimes 5. Somebody will say, well, why don't you use a zero turn? Come on down, I'll let you use one, you see what happens. Yeah, you can't do it. We tried. I've got 3 areas I could use a zero turn in. They're wide open. We call them the football field and the soccer field. They're the new sections I'm building down at the present. I will go to Greenway. I will go to Ag and Turf, use the Hammond tractor. I can't. I'll have to go to, is it something, Cub, yellow one? And I don't know if they'll stand up. My John Deere's, it's like mowing your lawn that you have at home, Mr. Frost, every day, year round. I mean, from these, they take a pound. The new one that we got 3 years ago, I use that one. I've got it down to about 850 hours, is the best I could do. The other two, one is up about 1,800. The number 4 is really, you shouldn't use that, that's an X540. I use that to take things from point A to point B, my equipment. That's one more thing on equipment. When you buy a lot, you buy it with the understanding you're leasing the lot from the town. You don't own the lot. You own the stone that's on it, and it's perpetual care. Mow, trim, clean, and straighten. I probably have 100 stones that should be straightened right now. I've got an 8-foot, 10-foot, and 12-foot bar. That won't move some of them. It won't. We put crushed pea stone, get them up as best we can, and we do. Now, Tim will come down with an excavator if I can get at him, or with the backhoe. But a lot of them are right in the middle, and some of them are 8 feet, 10 feet, and they're leading just like that. So that, and there is a machine. Now again, I'm not a computer person. I printed this off, got one. It's called a jack. Will lift up to 7,000 pounds. And I'm not asking for that now. In another year, I'm going to get look at different bids and project what I can have. This one is about 3,900.
Is that a standalone unit?
Nope, it comes in.
It goes on the back of a pickup or?
Nope, I'll show you.
Okay.
I didn't run any off.
So that's all right.
And you two being the contractors and stuff, well, here you go. You can give that to that gentleman. Now I'm through. So I said, looking at. Sorry, Amanda. I put my back to you. I apologize.
I'm used to it.
Not my back. Not my back.
I'm kidding.
You're usually in front of me. Cemetery fees. All right. I know that this is not going to go in. We are the lowest for cemetery fees in anywhere. I'm not talking about selling a lot. We sell our lots for $185. Waterville sells them for $3,000. Yeah. Okay.
One lot per person?
One lot. I can put 3 to 4 cremations in one lot. Or one full in one lot. Some people that I know have 16 lots down here. Right now, our full burials are $300 for a full burial Monday through Friday. On a Saturday, they're $450. I try to convince people not on a Sunday. Okay?
Pete, I don't mean to interrupt, sir. Would that consider adjustments here in the near future, do you think?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Funeral directors are the ones that brought this to me.
Yeah.
Burnham in Detroit, $450 during the week, $600 on the weekend. What else did I have there? Weekends. We are at, during the week for cremation, we're 75 to 100, depending. A lot of people have a cremation vault, which is about this. It's 22 by 19, and it takes a little extra digging than one that's this big. I only had 4 or 5 of those. Yes?
So, the fee schedule, I don't recall seeing cemetery fees on our fee schedule that we've approved before.
They actually are, and this has been waiting for when the fee schedule comes in to
Okay.
be set for 2022.
So, make some recommendations to put on that fee schedule, because in January, we're gonna be changing like some of the
Okay,
recycle
I will.
station fees and.
I'm not gonna
and
go as
whatnot.
high, excuse me, as high as the other towns around us.
But reasonable.
$50 or $100.
Yeah.
Okay.
So make your recommendation on what it should be to the council, and
Have
then.
no problem with that.
And then they'll go from there.
Yep.
Yeah.
No problem.
So I had another question about the, the headstone machine jack thing. It's a $3,900 item, which.
Well, Mr. Frost and Mr. Chikaka look at it, maybe they can make one.
I'm just gonna say, it's not a big ticket item when you're looking at like dump trucks and things like that, as far as having to fit into, a capital budget. It's a relatively small expense in that respect. Is that an item that could come from the operating budget, or is the cemetery reserve, does it fall into that?
Cemetery reserve,
Cemetery reserve?
that's what I would think.
And would you want to purchase that for 2022 from the reserve funds in order to have it to be able to start pecking away at those 100 stones that are leaning, or do you think you're not going to have time because of the
No,
other?
I'm not gonna, and I would not want it till I research more of it and see if one of my guys can make one. Stan Short can do anything with metal. And I would look at Stan and say,
Stan could make that.
Yeah.
That's gonna require you to do quite a bit of manual work if you do.
yes, it is. But I'll tell you, if one of those big 8-foot stones come down, you know what it's gonna take with it? A lot of other stones.
Yeah, I was wondering if you couldn't go in with a, small little boom truck and save yourself some straining.
Some of the middle stuff, I don't think I can reach. Some of it, I can't get in.
Even with a backhoe?
I couldn't get a backhoe in some of them. The ones I can are right along the roadways that are right beside. Last year I had to fix a half a dozen that were right beside one road. Now, some of it is just the frost even in the spring, flips them over. Some, I would say, gets helped. Okay, it was a number of years ago, $4,700 damage.
Just
kids.
I just want to add one in here. You know, we're getting way off the
Yeah, I'll
specific
get out
topic
of
here.
here. My bedtime is in
Mr.
progress.
Biggio has offered to the town, if we ever needed any help with Chimboard equipment, give him a call.
Oh, okay, that's
So if we have
nice
some
of you to
things, you
know.
know, with a boom truck,
Yeah.
you know,
Some of it I can reach.
okay. Just a thought, not saying no to this, that'd be very helpful, but just want to throw that out.
Letter E, just something, nothing against the town office. It's the purchase orders. If something breaks, I need it, like that. I'd like to think that I could have a credit card for $500. So I could go to wherever to get this part that I need that day. I'm fortunate enough down at Ag and Turf, I have 3 former students that work there. That, I think Hunter Tibbetts, okay, that's the second thing that goes to mind. Okay, and they'll deliver it if I need it. Darren Harvey, Hunter Tibbetts, and there's a third one, and they would bring it up. But it would be saved if I had just a credit card that I could run the hops if I needed something. But I don't.
Catherine, that's something
I mean,
we
that-
had brought up before, was
We already
having department
have-
head credit cards.
Yeah, we have an account at Huff, so.
No, but I
Well, I
mean,
mean,
I need it right then.
Yeah.
and it's seems like it's a kind of a across the board type situation, not just the cemetery.
Oh.
It's a violation of the charter, and so for the credit card, we've set up credit accounts everywhere, so he should be able to go anywhere he wants and get items.
So if I went over to Tractor Supply to get 500 pounds of seed,
Yeah,
okay.
all we need is a credit account, we have credit accounts everywhere.
So I don't need to have a purchase order. for a $25 item.
Well, you will, but that's easy enough to do. You just put one for the month, like the other department heads are doing.
Right.
You just say, I'm going to go to Greenbelt. This is a company I go to every month, I'm gonna need $100. You just put in for the PO at the beginning of the month, and you're all set to go.
Catherine, what part of the charter is that against?
It's because items have to be reviewed and signed off on. We got a legal opinion on this. He can easily have charge accounts wherever he wants to go. Everybody will give the town a charge account.
I guess what I'm not understanding is how can they get charge accounts anywhere they want to go, but they can't have a credit card? It's the same idea.
It's a different item. On the charge account, we're approving it ahead of time that they can go to X amount.
You're giving them a spending limit.
Yeah.
So,
Right, but can't we give them a spending limit on a credit card? I think we need to look at that
I
more in
didn't know.
nature.
I
Tonight's
thought
not
I
the
was
night, but
doing
that
it.
needs to
Yeah,
happen.
I got a legal
Systemic.
opinion on that.
Huh?
It's systemic,
so
Okay.
all around.
let's make a note of the fact that Peter needs to be able to have quick access to be able to make repairs and get parts and pieces for things when they break, which I totally understand.
Because if a blade breaks, I need it right there.
Right, so it sounds like you can put a blanket purchase order for like equipment repairs in at the beginning of the month
Okay,
for like $500. You don't have to use it all in that
No.
month. Maybe it lasts you all summer, and then when it gets approved, it gets taken out of the funds get like encumbered, is that the right word? Out of that maintenance account, so like it'd be maybe the 2005 account. And then Catherine knows, okay, there's $500 of the $750 is set aside for that. So when you put in another purchase order for that same amount, they know how much has already been spent out of that account. And it's not gonna be
Highway does this,
overspent.
it's
Okay.
very easy.
And then you have approval to do that, and you go get it, turn in the receipt, and it gets paid.
and the last item, yes, I know, this is the last one, is letter E. I am a computer illiterate. We have the books I have to keep. You might know of someone that binds books. My big one that I keep everything is falling apart. I don't know about some towns how they do it. If they put it on a disc and they can put each person in, like I buried Peter Snow today. Boom, I put it in, he's on site wherever he is, section 27, lot 3. I don't know.
Everything you do is on paper.
Everything. Everything.
Why aren't we,
The cemetery records are all on paper?
I have a set at my home, I won't take him to work anymore. And I have a set in the, up here, in case mine get ruined. And what I have to do during the winter, as I come in, Nicole or whatever, they let me in one of the rooms, and I come in 2, 3, 4 hours, and it takes a while. I gotta transfer all the sale of lots to whomever bought lots that year. Right there, I think I've sold 12 so far. And the burials, I've had 5 fulls this year and 28 cremations. And I got, well, not counting today, I've got one Sunday. And here's one that's a little humorous, a little. Mr. Snow, can you bury the day after Thanksgiving? Yes, I can if it's not 8 feet of snow. We're waiting for him to die. Excuse me? I really didn't want to hear that.
So, Peter,
Patiently.
are you asking for clerical help to do that? Are you
I don't know.
asking for
he needs
a
to.
project to be started in order to electronically
Yes,
start
it's gonna
transferring
take a
all of our
long
records?
time.
Yeah, he needs to work with the town clerk and we set up a project and everything.
There's probably, I'm gonna give it a rough, I got probably 6,000 to 8,000 people down here.
And all the records are on paper.
Mm-hmm,
You know,
everything.
This sounds like a great intern opportunity for
Right.
some
Thank you.
MCI
Right.
high school student.
Get
Yeah,
somebody
it
for
would
a
be,
fancy
but-
project.
I'm
Senior project, Manson essay is an essay.
Oh, okay.
A
sorry.
senior project.
Well,
Senior project.
my wife just taught me
They can write an
how
essay
to
about
send
the
a message. Text, right? I go, no, I turn it in, I check my Moosehead Lake, where I'm from, okay, I'm out. But it's time consuming for me, and it's usually I have to do it at night.
Well, it's also not very secure or
No,
Not at all.
water damage,
The
fire.
entire
No,
town's
fire.
history
Fire.
that's below
Yeah.
ground level is on paper.
That can't be.
that's it.
That's not uncommon, that's not uncommon.
Well, it doesn't make it right.
Nah.
The entire history of this town is on paper.
Well,
Yes,
it
it
was
is.
right-
Ridiculous.
It was right until about 20 years ago.
And
And it still is.
So,
Mr. Chiquette, and it's in your safe,
It's locked up in the safe
updated up there. I have to,
high.
because I come in the wintertime.
Yeah, I know, but we've talked about this several times over my previous terms about scanning and getting all these boxes here and upstairs on electronic format.
Well,
That still needs to be done, but that'd be that could be easily an Excel spreadsheet, table
Yeah,
format,
whatever.
simple, done, file.
so you just went above my
okay, so
level.
we've identified an issue that we need to solve. The people that need to do it are Peter and Nicole.
Correct.
Come up with a plan on how to
Okay.
approach that
For the prices.
and get some pricing
Okay.
maybe, as well as maybe an hours for that to figure out, do you want to start from scratch now going forward to set it up? Or do you want to go all the way back to the beginning of your records to do it? Because that,
Beginning of the records go back to
That is a
18,
huge-
17,
okay. So
70.
Well, you can have a
One.
company do that. There's companies that do
There
that.
is?
Like
well, there's
that.
companies that'll
There's the
digitize
cemetery
it.
restoration companies that do that.
Yeah.
There's all
So,
kinds of.
so let's get some pricing
Scan,
because
readable
there's
scans.
money in the budget for it.
Do you think,
And honestly, this is the first time the cemetery has been in part of that conversation. It's
Mhm.
never been brought up before.
because it's just getting tiring for me.
Yeah.
And I really, really would appreciate.
So talk with Nicole, come up with a plan of
Mhm.
action, Peter, and maybe identify a couple companies that we can get bids from to try and work on that as a project.
I am gonna be a little bit emotional because it just bothers me. I can't work 50, 60 hours anymore. I can't. I can do my 20 to 40, but it's getting harder and harder and harder to walk up, if you can find, or applications for 4 people that wanna work from April to December, or middle November. That will give me time to work on Sexton things. That's getting military stones or Arlington stones for the ones that have passed away. I can do these books, but I'm just, 5 minutes past my bedtime. And I get up at 5.
Well, that's why we talked about advertising during the winter, so we get the people on
Yeah. And
early. It's gonna take a while.
I love high school kids, but you get a kid, he's got football practice, or she's got field hockey practice, or I gotta study for a test, I get homeschooled. People that have retired, that would like some things to do.
You know anyone?
I know one person, somebody gave me a hint, I won't say it might have been his nephew.
Peter, you have a cemetery committee that you work with?
No,
What did
2 of them have passed away.
What did you mention earlier? The cemetery, somebody you mentioned had an item, one of the items.
The funeral directors.
The funeral
Okay,
directors,
funeral director.
they give me the prices of different towns.
So, I'm just thinking out loud here, my brother-in-law serves on a volunteer committee in the town of Dayton, and they actually have a committee for the cemetery, and they go in and do like cleanup days.
Plymouth has one.
Community cleanup days.
The
So
town of Plymouth.
We talked about, MCI possibly having students available for that. Maybe we can partner with MCI to do a cleanup day. When
I've had
all
them
of
before.
the plastic things need to be removed for the year and things like that, those are things that don't involve motorized stuff that the students can't be using. But it would be something that would be helpful to you, and maybe give them a bit of historical knowledge about the town as
The
well.
Department of Labor says I can use 16 and 17. The town's insurance says no,
Yes,
18.
yep.
Need
I mean,
volunteers?
it just sounds like it's normal operating procedure. You need 4 people. And,
Oh, no, I
That's my
totally agree.
stress.
I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
saying, I'm
Oh,
just
yeah,
kind of
for-
like, get
for the
them
abnormals.
aware of
Right.
the
Are the Boy
situation that
Scouts
we
still
even have
doing that stuff with
cemeteries.
you?
What?
Helping
The
with?
Boy Scouts come down the week
Yeah.
before Memorial Day. They put out roughly 700 flags for me. I'll be picking them up next Thursday, I think is November 12th, the day after Veterans Day.
Do the Boy Scouts know that you need help picking them up? Because I can
No,
let
we
them
do
know.
because a lot of them are broken, and when you go to pull them out, they don't come out. And so, but I thank you, I would like to thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
You saved my truck 12,000 miles when you bought me the town truck.
So I just want to be clear on budgeting. You want us to change that line item
To
on
750
equipment
or
and
500?
services to seven. We're going to do 750.
Okay.
And then if we need to make adjustments, we know that
Yeah,
there's room
that's it.
there. And then your tractor, you already have your tractor taken care of, or you're
No, that's in
going
the
to
capital
replace it?
budget. What I
That's
need
in
to
capital.
do is go get 4 bids, tell them to be
Okay.
here by, I think, April something, and they'll be opened here. I will tell you right now, Greenway will be $300 to $400 cheaper than Ag and Turf. I like Ag and Turf, the reason, 15 minutes versus 40 minutes. That saves me time.
So that's already addressed in capital budget. And then you said you want to wait on the the headstone jack. You want to
Yeah.
wait on that. It's
Yeah.
just an advisory item
Right.
for us. And then you're going to come back to us with the cemetery fees and recommendations for that for January-ish, for when we do the
That'll
order
be in
for
soon.
and fees.
Yeah.
And
You wake up
then
tomorrow.
get together with Nicole and figure out, are you looking to start the digitization this coming year?
No,
So maybe
because you gotta teach
2023?
me.
So maybe 2023?
That's gonna be a while.
Yeah, well, the students that I've had here were always great.
Yes, sir.
So
Oh.
maybe this year we can start you off when you come in to do
Yeah.
your update.
Yeah.
Maybe Nicole can set up an Excel spreadsheet for you, and then it's just entering,
Yeah.
it's just entering numbers in a spreadsheet with columns
Yeah,
and stuff.
and I don't know how
If
long
she
it would
sets
take
it up,
8,000
It's just
people.
typing in.
8,000 people, and there was
No,
one
it would
person.
just be this year's
Yeah.
information.
Yeah,
So
okay.
the
But at least have the format and all that free time when you're sitting around at camp with nothing to do.
So Peter,
I talked to a person up there called Johnny.
So Peter, apparently I'm gonna have free time in January, so give me a call, I'll come in and sit and do a spreadsheet with you, okay? I'll get
Well,
you
you
set
better
up.
be a great teacher, which I'm sure you are, because I am a very
Mr. Snow.
slow learner.
I have some ideas on
I
that.
was a middle school teacher, so I have patience. Alright,
Brent.
Should we add, if the straighten some of them stones, his mechanism there, even though they build it, I think some of your big stones, you're gonna strain a lot.
Very.
Yeah, so maybe we should put like $1,000, $1,500 for a rental, or in case we had to, rent some type of boom to grab onto those, pull them back.
That would be through, what's his name in Madison? He tries to stay away from Elias Monuments. I think Newport Monument has one. I don't know about Provost. I don't
so
know.
would we put that, add that under contract rentals, because it would be a
Yeah,
contract with
would you
them?
mind? I
Is
mean,
that where
I'd
you
just
want it
like
to
to
go?
keep the taxes.
So you've got 1,800 in there now, Pete. What do you think would be a good number for
33?
33?
Would that be okay?
Yeah.
You're here to tell us what you need,
I
so.
didn't think
If
that.
some of those big-
33.
If some of those
Everybody
big
needs
stones
this.
flip over, it's gonna cost us a lot more than that.
A lot more.
Yeah.
I've got one down there now, Steve Seekins' lot, that he's talked to me for years. I can't get in there with anything. It's right in the middle of the widest aisle I have. And maybe this Chimbro or somebody, because I gotta pick it straight up. Because they come, those big ones come in different layers. You got the base, the next base, then it goes up. You take the big angel part, I don't know if you've ever seen the angel, that's in 7 different parts.
So we have Main Crane and Lift 2 is right here nearby too, and they have like 100-foot boom that goes out.
Yeah, that's Jason Gillis.
That
He-
is,
He can like
okay.
brush your teeth with that thing, he's so good at moving it around.
Yeah.
Well,
So, he's right here in town.
The only problem is his roads are pretty narrow, some of them big trucks.
narrows, yeah.
They're gonna run on top of the stone.
I will
Well,
tell
he
you,
could be 2 rows away with that thing, I mean.
to go back to what you
No.
said, Mr. Chinquetum, something that just, I should have mentioned. A man that bought McGinnis's house, Nancy McGinnis, works for Chimbro. And he got permission from from the airport. He flew his drones over each one of my roads. And he was gonna see Pete, because there's 3 roads there, that if you drive up on the upper side, you're going just like that. And that's on the Chinquet Isle, and it's just like this. There's one, the first road on the left, they must have tarred years ago, and that washes out. I've put everything down to hold it, but when you lack, well, my biggest thing is help.
So we'll start the advertising, like Catherine said, we'll start advertising.
In January, I think Ms. Ruth
Yep.
said.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, folks, I've used up enough of your time.
Thank you,
Usually I'll
Peter.
walk
Thank
in,
you,
yep,
Peter.
I'm good.
Counselors, can you make a note that the final total for the cemetery's budget, as we talked about, the changes would be 61,110?
61,110.
61,110.
Thank you.
That's adding 1,500 to the contract rentals for a crane service and 750 for equipment purchases, because that was omitted.
I also like to thank Mr. Shute for letting me go. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Peter. Thanks
Thank
for,
you. Folks, have a
sticking in there
nice,
with us.
well, shorter evening.
Thank you, Mr. Snow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Have a good night. Donnie, which one do you want to tackle first?
Oh, whatever one you want to beat me up on.
Thank you.
Well, Public Works is in our page first.
Okay, we'll do
You
public
want to
works.
do that one first?
All right, Public Works is on page 27. The Public Works budget is coming in at $854,362, a $9,850 increase, or 1.2%. Page 27.
1.2% increase, you
Correct.
said?
1.2.
That's the smallest amount we've had so far.
Yes. That's because Donnie cut some of the accounts that have a lot of money in them. And then it has the regular health insurance, the regular
So this-
salary increase.
27 is the overall sheet, but isn't there a breakdown sheet? Where's that? Doesn't it break it
So
down into
on,
more?
under tab 3, on page 27, you've got your whole breakdown that explains out all the details in the fine print.
Oh, okay. I was looking at it different. Thanks.
You're welcome.
And this has already had the labor adjustment thing?
Correct.
So would this be the one that has that $500,000 we were talking about for the roads?
No.
No, this is just a regular operation.
This is
Okay,
operating budget.
operations, very good. I was looking at snow removal contract.
Unless you want to put it in there under operating budget, that.
No.
Oh, that'd be nice, boy, we could get some roads done
Right?
every year.
I got a question under personal services.
Yes.
Don's the public work director,
Yeah.
right? And now he's the transfer station director. So you've already trimmed this before it was 2 different people, right?
Correct.
Right,
Yes.
so has this been trimmed down to,
Yeah, Timmy is a foreman, we give him a little bit, I took $6 out of what Steve's position was, or roughly about $6, and I give half of that to Timmy to take the foreman's position.
okay,
With agreement with Catherine, and I took part of that you'll see like $9,000 of what I do for the public works is coming out of the public works, which I felt wasn't right for the transfer station to pay the bulk of that. So, this also includes 2 positions. And as we're talking about manpower issues as it is, if anybody knows anybody wants to work, I know that's tough. This is with 6 full positions there that are staffed. We've got, right now we've got 4. And we got the winter season coming up, so.
okay, so what you're doing is basically your wages coming from this department and that department, and you just all in one.
All in one, right.
Correct,
Try to
yes.
make it,
Right, it just
figure out
split
my
up
share
into
where
different
I
departments,
was, yeah.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Um,
divided up
Yeah.
from the foreman's original pay and the arrangement that we all came out with and how to split it out, so it worked well for everyone.
Okay.
Where's his?
Jason?
Oops,
In
sorry.
the
I'm sorry.
third row, Public Works Director at the end, under 01-05 personnel.
9,000,
services.
yes, $9,360.
At the very end.
So is that about half? from the other position, Gary?
All the way to the top.
Yeah, it was
Top
actually,
position.
it was above and beyond,
The
so
very
this
first
this would keep
item.
our staff in the six instead
Yeah,
of cutting it down to five.
No, I understand, but you cut the wages,
There, and then
instead of having the transfer station carry all your wages for doing work,
the
local works,
coordinator of safety.
you took 9360, and you're paying it out of the public works,
Correct.
but this was it like half and half?
Oh, no, not even close.
Transfer is 34,000. You're the safety coordinator for transfer station, right?
Yeah, I got the,
48.
so basically,
48.
transfer station safety and public works, so
Okay.
basically, the public works.
That makes
and
sense.
Transfer.
Okay,
Both
so,
of my
so what you
departments.
get paid from the town of Pittsfield,
Is that?
is this one a third of it?
No,
No,
That's what I'm asking,
no, it's,
probably a quarter.
Yeah.
no, yeah, about 20%.
approximately.
About 20%.
Okay, 20% of what you do as your function, because you're multi-faceted with this.
Correct.
So that's 20% of what your pays are.
Right.
Okay.
But
Thank
you must do more than 20% public works, don't you?
We've got the.
Well, I don't sleep,
Oh.
that's what you're asking.
I realize that.
No, I mean,
No.
I'm, you know, I'm at staff now, we're
Oh.
at full staff at the transfer station, so I'm allowed to, yeah, I'm probably doing about 28% right now, busy season, trying to get projects done.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So when they get things and they go back to their regular everyday stuff,
Yeah.
I can spend less time and making sure my duties are getting done, so that was the easiest way to split it up.
Okay.
Does this include the sand and salt?
Yes.
Or it does?
It
Yeah,
does.
it's in general supplies, 10-05.
Second
And
line.
gravel, 30.
No, okay, at 10-05, I guess why I'm asking that is I think there was a discussion earlier about what we actually have for sand and salt, what we actually needed.
Yeah, we've got we got more than what we need right now.
Okay.
We've got another 2,000 yards that are coming.
Okay, so-
That's gonna be unsalted,
So
so it'll be
does-
there for next year.
So do these numbers reflect that, or are you talking, are we
Yeah, I
talking
did
the
say,
same amount
yeah.
we're gonna need every year?
We're gonna try to keep it there. We had about 1,500, we had a good winter last year compared to most, so we're trying to keep a 1,500 yard stockpile from year to year. So we're budgeting for 2,500 yards of sand, whether we have a good year or a bad year. So that sand is always gonna be the same, salt is gonna be the same.
So these numbers reflect 2,500 yards,
2,500 yards of sand, 1,000 ton of salt.
but that doesn't account for the 2,000 that we already have. Because if
That's
you
correct.
budgeted
We've
for
already
2,500
got
for the
that.
year, we already have 2,000 here.
Right. So what we've done in the past, is we've had a stockpile that sits in the back. So what we added this year, 1,500 yards are supposed to come first. And we weren't gonna salt it because they're not getting to the back of the pile. And all of the salt that we've invested money in over the past, the stuff that they don't use and they just keep putting the new stuff in the front, all that salt that we've added, if we keep adding more and more salt, well, we're spending $52,000 a year on salt. That sand's gonna be dead sand after 5 years in the back. We're gonna have to add another $50,000 worth of salt to it. So what we're trying to do now is split that in half. We've got the 2,000 that are gonna be delivered with no salt. We're gonna try to take off the old part of the pile this year. So we don't have to keep resalting every 3 years. So every 3 years, you're losing $50,000 worth of salt.
So should we have $54,000 in here for salt?
Yes, because we're doing more salt in town, because we're trying to do more salt priority in town, so we have less cleanup. Pulling up catch basins, sucking out all the sand and the silt and the dirt. We're not spending 3 months sweeping inside the road, so, yeah, so we're trying to balance that act, so we're not spending.
At some point, Don, if we get 2,500 every year of salt and sand,
We're always gonna be safe.
Huh?
We're always gonna be safe.
But if we only using 15, after about 3 or 4 years, you may get a year, you don't buy any then, right?
Yes.
Right,
That's
fourth year or something.
correct. So this upcoming year, we may not even have to. If we've got 2,000 yards that's unsalted, and I still got 1,850 yards over there of the stuff this year that we salted, we're only gonna need to buy 1,000 yards, 500 yards. So we're playing ahead of the game. We've had seasons when in January, February, they're out of sand, and we're buying sand that's all clumped together.
Right. I understand, I agree exactly what you're saying, but but we're gonna be setting our tax rate, our mill rate, based on this amount. If we don't use that, terrific, but tell the people we're paying their tax bill based on stuff that we didn't need and we didn't buy.
Correct.
So that's why, you know, it's a
Well,
lot
if
of
you
money,
look-
and I understand, and, you know, I understand the merits of it and the requirements of it, I get that, keep it on a,
Well, if you look at your sand, it's 36,000, look at last year's, it was 49,000. So I cut that down from 14 to almost.
No,
50.
right, no, I'm not critiquing what
Right,
you're doing. I'm just saying, this is why I'm asking these questions.
Right, exactly.
Because it's not us, it's the people who get these
Oh,
bills.
yeah.
I mean, which essentially it is us, because we all live here.
Yeah, and one of the things is to hope this year is get to most of that other sand that's been there for a
Yep.
while out of there before it becomes more of a cost, or it becomes dead sand and then we just gotta haul it somewhere, it's gonna become useless.
Yep, okay, all right, I'm
Yeah,
satisfied.
so I did cut quite a bit, I think it was like I think Steve had 49,000 something there, and I cut it down to 36.
Hey, question for you. I think it was the last time I was on the council, we were talking about the lights in there, in the building there. Have the lights been done, or are they still as bad as they were 3 years ago?
It's always gonna be bad in there, it's
So they're the same lights, there's been no improvement?
there are some new ones, yeah, they've got a couple of
Okay.
new LEDs in there that's got some better lighting, but.
Do you have, is there money in this for upkeep of that building, or are we talking,
Yes.
or is that on the buildings and grounds?
No, that's in here for, I think it's for
Okay,
maintenance.
so you're all set with that then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep,
All
we're
right.
making improvements, drains, they had some wood, if you noticed, the floor grating was bad,
Yep.
had wood stuck in it, they're replacing those sections little by little, so this year they should be all done.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Section, item 1515, building maintenance has $3,500 in it to the town.
Yeah,
garage,
that's for
building maintenance and
that's for
lighting.
lighting, electrical, drains.
You got, engineering 15,000, what do you typically use that for, Dylan?
Any engineering advice that we need for anything that has to deal with state roads, and if we're doing anything that intersects with those state roads, ditching, signage, a lot of times. So it's stuff that's more technical than what I'm willing to handle, and sometimes I used to be able to call the state and get some of that technical information, but it's not as easy as it used to be.
Have you been involved with it long enough to give us an idea what, if that number has been reasonable, or we've only used 10% over the years, or?
I haven't got a copy of the current for the last month. I was
Gotcha.
off last week moose hunting, and I reminded myself to come back Monday to get it to be.
I don't think it's unreasonable, because
No.
given what you do, and I understand
And
that.
if we don't use it,
But I'm
it'll
just
be-
curious how that compared from year to year, because I know some projects bigger than others, you need more.
And we're coming up in the next, 2023, I think our sidewalk project's coming up, so we're getting a little technical advice with
Yep.
sewer,
Yep.
where they're running, and
Yep,
Yeah,
so
well-
to work on the CIP, to add items in each year, this is where the money comes from to get the estimates for the budget.
Right.
I'm all set, thank you, Donna.
That's the engineering firm, Catherine, that we contracted with?
Yes, that we
Yes.
contracted with.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Any other questions on the public works budget?
The 64,000 in equipment, non-vehicle maintenance, I mean, not 64,000, sorry, 6,500. What's the mower, is that just like push mowers and stuff?
Yeah, we actually have a zero turn up there, so we do some of the town right of ways. We also have the New Holland tractor, the one that just did with a bush hog on it, we call it it's a hog mower that we just did the rail trail with from the school to Somerset, so, yeah. Yeah, that's some of the bigger stuff. We have the snow blower, the little snow blower that has a chipper attachment on it, so there's different things there.
A snow blower with a chipper attachment?
Oh,
I need that in my
we
house.
usually call it our little whack-a-noose, and they call it the snow blower, but it's got a plow attachment, it's got 15 things, it's all.
I thought it was like a wood chipper snow blower
Well, we
together.
could do that, yeah, that would
That'd
be
be awesome.
awesome.
trimmer type thing.
Yeah, yeah, we got some different equipment, like I said, we got the New Holland, it's got the same thing, it's like a bush hog with the articulate arm, and
I only have one question when
Yep.
it comes to looking at the building maintenance thing, knowing that maybe this falls under the buildings and grounds, with that roof.
There's an extra reserve account for the roof to start working on that. Donnie has looked at several suggestions. Steve had several, which were looked at on dealing with the roof, and Donnie's now working on it, so we can find something that will work. But there was $10,000 that I had added to the budget last year, so that we could have money for that.
Yeah, I
So-
did get a couple of quotes, I think the cheapest one was like I almost jumped out of my seat, I got a new mill at Steve, it was like $48,000, and it was putting rolled rubber over that metal roof, and I've never heard of such a thing, but I said, I don't think the $50,000 would be pretty.
So you said how much was in there now, 10,000?
We had 10,000 that was
Okay,
put in
all right.
there. So we
Yeah.
have a beginning to straighten out. There's, evidently several leaks that are going on.
So is that a line item every year in the budget, or is that something that we're taking out and putting in an account every
We're putting
year?
it in an account
That's a
and
capital.
build it up in
Perfect.
the
That's
reserve.
going into.
So last year was the first time that was put in there?
Yeah.
Okay, can you hold out for another
Well,
3 and a half,
that's what
4
we did.
years?
We just had a man lift the other day. We did multiple projects, fire station, library, and I looked up at the roof to see where the root of the problem is.
So that's not unreasonable within 5, 6 years?
Yeah, I think probably within
Perfect.
3 to 5 years, we can look at doing, it's gonna be a major project, we'll have the funds for it.
Yep.
I'm concerned though, because the inspectors have said that roof needs to be fixed. Like, they're not saying wait 5 years, they're saying fix the roof because it's leaking and it's a safety hazard. And I'm a taxpayer, I don't want my tax rate to go up, but I also don't want a lawsuit because the roof comes down.
So I don't think that we need to fix the whole thing, we need to fix the
No, it's
areas
not
that
the
are
structural, it's not it's structurally sound, they got the
Okay,
steel
great.
beams, it's got steel beams, it's got 2-inch steel beams, it's all structurally sound on the inside.
It's just the leaks.
It's a metal, it's a 30-year metal, and we're on year 40 of it, so it's a lot of it's the grommets and the washers on where the screws went in.
They rot.
And they wore out with the wind over the years, so it's no more to it. Structurally, it's sound.
Okay.
So we're not gonna have to worry about that thing caving in under us.
That makes me feel a little better,
No.
because I know
It
the
really
inspectors
needs
said
new
it had to be
roofing
It
on
fixed.
definitely needs
It
sheathing.
just needs
yeah.
new sheeting,
Sheathing.
roofing sheeting
Yes.
put on.
Definitely needs sheathing.
And you only have a few spots, so I would do those spots.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to see if we can get up there. There's a couple different spots where we're gonna, you might as well just call it a commercial flex seal that you can put in on some of
Like a
those.
tar patch.
Yeah, on where we're having some of the issues.
Just to
and
patch
so that's-
it, to get us through, and then save up the money, put a
Correct.
whole roof on.
Correct.
Pete?
Yeah, I got something. So we had a company come in, right, and tell us that one of the things that could be done down there is a used oil furnace. Has anybody looked into a price in that? Because it was said, if I remember right, the study said it would be a pretty big savings. And with the price of oil jumping through the roof like it is right now, I was wondering if that had been looked into. Right, we had that energy
Well, we had a
Energy
collection
study?
point for used oil before.
Kathy.
Well, way back, you had a waste oil furnace reserve set up, and the prior public works director didn't want to do that, so it got phased out and put into the equipment reserve, through the town council, and then years went by, and then the waste oil thing came up again.
Well, I thought we
Would
just
you
had a
generate
study
enough-
recently that was like looking at the lights and how the town could save
The
energy.
efficiency.
And
Yeah.
efficiency,
Yeah, it was,
yeah.
I thought it was just on the light.
And I thought one of the major things in there that said that you could get quite a savings out of having a used oil, look at having a used oil. furnace.
It was a lighting study.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure.
The efficiency made
No, that
a
was a-
lighting study, I don't think that
No,
they
it wasn't.
thought
It was another
waste
firm.
oil-
It was an energy, I
It
remember, we
was
did an
something
energy
different.
on
And
it.
separate.
But
Yeah,
it
it was
has
a different audit.
Belgrade out,
Yeah.
it might have been something different.
Yeah, we talked about it, and John Dixon
Right.
and Steve really weren't.
I know
Because
it
we used
wasn't
to have
on,
one at the transfer station when I first arrived there 27 years ago. And the thing was broke down every other day. We opened up the big door down there, and eventually we took it and ripped it off the wall, and Dwight told us to throw a strap in the metal can.
You have to keep cleaning the filters.
They were putting $5,000 or $6,000 worth of diesel fuel in it to try to keep it going. And the problem with that is, that's a great idea. I send 2,200 gallons a year of waste oil that we collect at the transfer station that Scout Heating uses at their recycling facility.
Would that be enough to make an investment in having that burn?
I wouldn't see why we couldn't look at it. I know the previous ones, you could never get them to work right first, and now that they've been working right, somebody's gonna stay on top of it, because all it takes is a little bit of impurities or whatever, and if somebody pour antifreeze, they say, oh, it's clean oil, pour antifreeze in it, now the heat's down, you call them an expert to come in to deal with just waste oil prices, but something to look into, definitely.
Yeah, well worth revisiting, I
Yeah.
think.
I mean,
It's a
You
good
said
point.
Scout,
Just
you
to
said
see what-
Scout Egan's using them?
The Skowhegan Recycling Center, I think they, initial investment, they bought a very good one. It was like, they made the initial investment. I think they paid like $21,000 for that system.
Right.
But they've had it for a while.
Well,
And they've got
maybe
the fact that we take clean oil to the transfer station, but they go back and they pay somebody to go through another process of filtering and do whatever, but they seem to have a good.
Yeah.
So our heating costs for that building are $8,000 a year.
Yeah.
Right. Wouldn't take long to pay off 21 grand. So.
And you can, I think they're cheaper than that now.
Right.
I think now that they've perfected it, I think.
I think it's worth looking into it at a minimum.
Just to see what, just
Yeah,
at
we
least
can
see
come
what the
with
cost is gonna be.
Yeah.
Come with costs.
You can do that in your free time.
If
Yeah, I
we're,
will
if
do
we're
that.
collecting
Yeah.
the oil anyway at the transfer station,
Yeah, we
then
take it
just
already,
makes
so,
sense.
yeah.
We have to transport it over there.
And then we change the oil in all of our vehicles, hydraulic oil and the machine.
And maybe other towns in the area that send it somewhere else that we could probably, hey, we'll take it, we'll help you out.
Yeah, definitely.
If anyone can figure that out, I think you'd be one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll look into it. That'd be
Yeah,
easy.
there you go.
Look into it.
Project.
Good point, Pete.
That'd be nice.
Great idea.
Project. Any other questions on the public works budget?
As far as that one thing, I think I heard Mike say that in the past there about the telephone one there, that's for the telephone for the building. We don't do pagers anymore. We used to, one of them, Dave, I think it was Dave Connors and Timmy, where he used to live in North Highland, he didn't have good cell coverage, they used to have the little pagers, we don't have them anymore.
Yeah.
So that's been taken care of. That was one of the things I said that we didn't use, so we're all using cells.
Could we remove pagers from that line?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can just put telephone.
Someday we'll have it out of everyone.
Are we all good with public works now? Okay, I don't see any more questions, so we're gonna move on.
Just
Go ahead.
when did we talk about, so there's another, a separate night for capital improvement?
Yep.
And that will be, and that'll cover
Yep.
roads and
Yes.
all
So if we want,
trucks and.
if we want to set aside money for a capital improvement project like that, and we want to say, okay, we're
Right.
gonna put $10,000 in this
Yeah.
year and $10,000 in next year and plan on having an expenditure in 2025 for a waste oil furnace, then we could, that's the point that we would do that.
Yeah, it'd be nice, I don't know when that is, and if you have enough time to get that information before the capital improvement, but that'd be good to have for,
Yeah, I can do some research.
I don't know when it is in our budget process.
Yeah, it's coming up. So Donnie, also, we needed to do the CIP with Annalise, so we'll talk about that more.
Right, right.
That's the 16th.
And everybody knows Main Street, is everybody happy?
Beautiful.
Yeah,
You see that? Isn't that nice?
Oh,
Compared to
man.
what was there.
It's kind of
I'll
funny
take
when you
anything.
direct everybody's call, that called me screaming 62 times a day and said, I got a number, talk to John at this number, and
Yeah.
they just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. So, at least we won't be plowing up what we had left for hot top off the road this year,
Yeah.
so.
Right,
Big difference.
let's flip the page to 28 and go on to building and grounds.
Can I just make one request, if Donnie is okay with it? Could we get this poor young lady's recreation
Right.
budget taken care of and get her out of here?
I was thinking,
Yeah, certainly.
Please.
I was thinking it too.
She's doing a wonderful
There's
job
probably
being
not much
patient, but
there.
I know we have a couple for you.
Why don't you just tell her?
All right,
Certainly.
Amanda would like to skip over recreation. What page is that on?
It's on page 33. And recreation comes in at 76.
Thank you, Donnie.
You're welcome.
76,271, an increase of 4,300.
4,300, Catherine?
Yes, the budget is similar to prior years, except they have added in a few little capital projects and a summer program.
The capital projects aren't on here though, right?
Well, they put in little amounts. Let me get to the page and scan it, and we'll go over that. So that is on page 33, and the 4,300 is a 6% increase. So it is 33.
As part of that capital, the wonderful How's Harvard?
Yeah, these are just little projects they put in contractual and throughout the budget. Under general supplies, they have miscellaneous capital equipment expense 1,250, miscellaneous new program expense 1,000, miscellaneous capital equipment expense 750. So those were three new little items, and they had the summer camp in there. Those are the only new items.
Yeah,
Does
along
it
with the
qual-
skating requirements that added in.
Sorry, does it qualify for a capital expense if it's underneath the
No,
bid
they're minor,
requirement?
that's what Ben called them. It's just a minor equipment expense.
Can we just call it equipment? That's just throwing me putting capital in
Yeah,
front of it. It's
exactly.
just, it's a terminology that we shouldn't be putting into that. We should just call it equipment expenses.
We can do that,
And
yes.
make that, what is that, 1,800, 17, 19, 2,000?
2,000, yeah.
Just a $2,000 equipment. Cause capital is just not the right term to be using there.
Yeah, why was it?
Why is it-
Doesn't matter.
Why is it two of them anyway?
Yeah.
I think it was more so separated, the thought was one amount is more for the camp, and all of the different programs offered during the camp, and then the other half was more so we have some water issues and sink issues with Hawthorne and different things that have come up like in this part or that part, and that was, I think it was more split for that reason.
So, if you can clarify, if you will, you said that some of that was for the camp?
The summer camp, so they had
So-
added into the budget the summer camp last year.
Okay, but why is that an equipment expense?
Equipment's needed to run it.
Equipment needs to run it, it's more, I would qualify it as, magician and different activities, or.
Well,
Well, that's not equipment.
So we're getting rid of capital, let's get rid of equipment. That
Yeah.
doesn't make sense.
Well,
Because if we're gonna question it, other people will.
right, well, equipment, but it could also be for balls, or it could be for activities, it's for anything that
Right.
possibly is needed for the summer camp.
And balls and stuff like that do fall under equipment.
Well, you have summer camp supplies.
Well, clowns don't,
No.
So we have.
unless it's the red nose.
You need to buy his outfit, Mike.
No.
So we have arts and crafts supplies, which is sitting at 100, and then the summer camp supplies, it would be similar to arts and crafts supplies, but for the summer camp. So, I mean, we could group them all together, so summer camp supplies and summer camp supplies, equipment, and presenters.
I think what he's trying to do is create line items so we know what programs are spending what, which makes
Kind
sense.
of like a more defined, yeah.
Yes.
I think it'd be more clear if you had like general recreation, arts and craft supplies, and then you had summer camp supplies and equipment. I think it's being parsed out a little bit too much, and it makes the budget look a little wonky doing that. But just having like summer camp funds and regular programming funds. And I don't know if you're separating that out just for your own internal use as far as what summer camp is generating for income versus expenses, and doing like an expense, an enterprise expense like type of report for that, to kind of analyze that to make sure that summer camp is paying for itself per se.
Yeah, the rec committee was more concerned on like exactly how much is arts and crafts costing us, how much is the summer camp costing us, and where's the money coming from in summer camp, and where is it all being spent.
So is arts and crafts like a special program that you're running on its own, like summer camp?
Right, arts and crafts has run every year for the duration of the summer sports. You have the option to sign up for arts and crafts, which is an hour. I did it this past year. It ran for 2 hours because depending on whether they did the swimming or anything else, the kids could come and go instead of giving them a certain time. So that ran for 5 weeks, and then the summer camp itself was we just did 1 week long this past year, since it was starting out, and that was took place the week after all of the summer stuff ended, and that was a day-long thing for a week.
Okay. So I guess my suggestion would be to take all of your expenses for summer camp and lump them together with just summer camp expenses and then regular rec programming expenses to make that a little bit clearer. And then just not use that capital expense or capital term at all, because that's usually like we need to buy like we need to repair the pool, and that's a capital expense that has usually bigger ticket items that you have to save multiple years for in order to achieve a goal for that.
You did say that it was to help with the pump, right? So I wonder if maybe that's what it is, it just wasn't relayed correctly.
Well, that would be maintenance.
Yeah, there is the pool.
It would be more like pool maintenance.
Pool maintenance.
Yeah, that's a 1725.
Yeah. No, there's
The bathhouse pump.
I guess I would wanna know, is that because we have equipment that needs to be replaced and that's where they're putting it? And, or is it actually for like ball shooters or something like that?
Right. Devin had written up a proposal as to what he would like the pool, what things were going to need to be fixed, and a timeline that he thought that they would be fixed. And there were some cool stuff like the floor in the pool house. I don't know if you were in the summer. It has kind of peeled off, I would guess, and the pool cover is within it, and different things are going to be coming up.
So this was considered a savings plan to go toward fixing those items. So that's what I thought, okay.
So is the pool, the items that you're talking about, are they like, so for those types of things, it should be like things we need to fix this year should be like, or regular things that need to be done. Like, say you have to paint the handrails every year because they get worn from use or something. That would be like a regular maintenance thing. But if you have projects that need money saved up over time for, like a new liner for the pool or the refinish the inside of the pool or something, that's a bigger project, and that would be like a capital expense. So where the items that you're just talking about, is that what's already described in this pool equipment maintenance?
I think that's just the basics of anything that can go wrong.
So that's like every year maintenance cost.
What was that?
So that would be every year maintenance cost, the 2505.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that doesn't include the things that Devin was talking about?
Yeah, no.
Okay, so those would be extra things that would go into your capital budget if they're larger item type things. Unless you think you need $1,725 every year for different maintenance type things in the pool. And you're comfortable saying, okay, that's how much we need each year to do all these multiple little maintenance type things throughout each year.
So if I remember correctly, his pricing was not that expensive, so it would actually go into the regular operations budget when we were gonna do it, because it wasn't $5,000.
Okay, but I thought you mentioned like replacing the floor and...
Yeah, he wanted the whole, so the paint that's left taken up and possibly, I think his term was blasted down and then put something else, sanded up, and then put another covering over it.
And did he get quotes to get an idea of what that would be, or?
I don't believe so.
No, he didn't have any pricing for that. The pricing that's in here is the small things he had, which you would take care of in an operations budget.
Right.
But there's also a pricing that's needed for the new liner and for the work to be done to the floor.
So this $1,700 is needed every year just for general maintenance. So where are we putting money away for those bigger projects?
That's what I think, those capital improvement things that are listed, I think that's what that was meant to be.
That just needs to be somewhere else though. It's like, it's good that we have them and we know that they're there, but they just need to be put into a different account, an actual capital account, and not in the operating. Do you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We don't save it out of the operating?
No, you do your capital separate. This is just your everyday expenses, your operating expenses.
Right, but there were some minor items that were going to be taken care of, and the minor items are going in the recreation budget, and then the big capital things are going to be in the capital budget.
Right.
But Devin had not got pricing for the larger items yet.
That sounds like a big project to blast down the whole pool,
Probably not part of
flooring
this.
and have it
It's not in
redone.
Right, it's not in here.
So-
Well, it's all right.
Well, that's what I was asking about, trying to figure out what these expenses were for and where they should be. So this $2,000 for capital equipment expense and $1250 for capital equipment expense, are those small every year type things you're going to need to replace equipment, or is that part of those bigger projects that Devin had us scheduled for?
These are the smaller things to take care of.
Those are little things,
Yeah.
okay.
It's like a pool, they
It's
they
just-
burn out 2 or 3 motors every
Yes.
year, so we go down, we
Well,
take
there's
them
a
out,
pump-
Higgins rebuilds them.
Yeah, there's a
Oh.
pump thing down here that's separate, that's
Yeah.
1725.
Right.
So that would be separate than the other,
The other
that has
maintenance
its
issues,
own
right.
line. So I guess my question is, does the 2,000 for the miscellaneous capital equipment expense that's in here for 2 different things, does that stay in there, or does that get moved out and get put into a capital?
These are the smaller items that are gonna be
Stay in
taken
here.
care of in 2022 and go away.
Okay.
Okay, and then the bigger projects which Devin had identified did not have a price tag to them, but they would be large and have to go into the capital budget, which we
So-
don't have the pricing for yet.
So what these were is just that they didn't name the equipment that they're
Correct.
spending that on. So we can combine those two, call it equipment expense.
Yeah.
It'll go away the following year because they will have replaced it,
Correct,
instead of having capital in front of it.
yes.
Okay, great.
So there's nothing here in the budget for building maintenance?
That's
though?
what I was just gonna say.
That's not,
So,
I mean, that's,
so does the rec include the buildings over on, that have been, had some issues?
I thought we had moved all buildings and grounds stuff on buildings and grounds budget.
would make
There
sense.
was a debate going on whether the Parks and Recreation Committee was going to be in charge of the parks, and if so, where the funds should go. Right now, the funds are in the buildings and grounds.
That's what I thought.
Which would make sense.
Because it doesn't make sense for the recreation department or group to be in charge of buildings and grounds.
But a lot of the items are the parks, which they would be, but right now it's in buildings and grounds.
Also, I mean, buildings and grounds, so there's your answer, that's where the maintenance of those buildings are.
Yeah.
Okay, as long as it's accounted
So
for.
as long as we know where they are and they stay there, we're all set.
Okay.
No, still about that.
Any other questions, counselors, about rec?
So basically, the budget is the same as before. We had to up the minimum wage, of course, because it went from $7.15 to $7.75, which then affected some of the other pays that were right around that. We've got a couple of miscellaneous equipment items that are one-time items, and won't come back for a number of years, that are in here to be taken care of. And the new summer camp is in there. Those are the changes.
So,
We already
I-
had the summer camp last year though, right, Catherine?
Yeah, it's a new project and they're expanding it this year,
Oh,
for
okay.
2022 again.
And I think it was voted on or just approved right before I became rec director. So I don't think
Okay.
it was in the budget.
Okay.
They used a big portion of the arts and crafts budget. So the arts and crafts budget was the $2,000 and now it's just the $300.
Okay.
I think we also used some of the funding because we were without a rec director for a period of time, and some of that funding was used for it too.
so I still have issues with this $2,000 of miscellaneous equipment, a one-time thing. What is it? Have we defined exactly what we're gonna get for that $2,000 for this one budget? That'll never come back again? Why is it a one-time thing? Am I missing it? Does everyone here know exactly what that one-time cost is, what we're getting for $2,000?
We will pull out Devin's plan of action and write the names in here for the equipment. This was just how Ben had listed these out, maybe to leave them in general, but we will get what the names of the items are from Devin's action plan and put it in here.
Yeah, I think we.
Because I know the pool cover, this is the last year you can use that
Oh,
pool
yeah.
cover.
Yeah, there's a
That's
feature
all.
on it.
It's very tender.
So
So I don't know if that's part of it, I don't know what the cost of that was, he was supposed to get a price on it.
No, whatever it is, it's $2,000 miscellaneous, but no one knows what it is, and it's a one-time cost. So I'm immediately suspect.
Some of it, picnic tables.
We'll pull out Devin's action plan and put the names in. They'll take care of it.
All right,
Do you
thank you.
have the plan with you, Shannon?
I don't, I have it in Google Docs,
Okay.
but I don't have it printed.
Okay, so do we want to wait on approving this until we get those details?
Yeah, I need it.
Okay. so
Others,
let's wait on
others
this
may
one.
be fine with it, I can get voted out, but I need to know that.
Any other questions on that?
Catherine, could we plan on, so that she knows what her deadline is for this stuff and helping get everything together? And when she needs to come back in case we have questions?
We'll work that out. We just need to get out Devin's plan, and list these items in here. I think it'll be pretty easy. The recreation committee took Devin's plan and redid the recreation budget, so we just.
That's fine, but if, in case we have questions after we have that list, we should have a date so that Shannon knows.
Yeah, well, we can work that out. Shannon and I will work that out, and then we can put her on one of the other agendas in case there's questions on this. We have several more budget meetings, so we'll be all set.
So we table on this till next meeting, say yea or nay on this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't actually vote on anything in the budget workshop, we just have a consensus that we're gonna agree on something and move on. We'll have our final vote when we do the, full
Right.
budget one.
Exactly.
So this one we want, and there's a couple other ones that we wanted more details on too, so when that stuff trickles in, we'll be able to go through them again. So we're gonna wait on some details on this one. And Shannon, did the rec committee do a comprehensive, evaluation of all of the buildings, the different buildings and the different parks and the Pinnacle and all those things to tell us like exactly what we're looking at as far as maintenance on the buildings? Are we gonna get to that with buildings and grounds?
No, they have not. They've kind of split up into different groups, taking different parts of it. So no, there isn't.
So there's no assessment of the buildings done?
No.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
So I remember that was a concern from the council. That was one of the primary reasons we wanted that committee put together, so that there was like a concerted effort to have that report come to us in time for budgeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. They did talk about it several times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the, like the Hawthorne, like the hot, you have the wind coming in through and then the sinks break. I bought a new faucet this past year because you only have cold water, so then it comes up and goes through, and the hot water tends to break off by the pressure that's coming through. So we've had one of those, and it's leaking somewhere, and I know that stuff's going on with the building, but I don't know about all the exterior.
Is that building all winterized?
What's that?
I don't know if it's been winterized yet.
I don't think they are.
No, I don't think.
It's supposed to be done after the first frost, I was told by one of the guys I talked to when they had stopped in, but
Well, we're not using that building right now after baseball's done.
We did use it for, I have movie night. It will be used 2 Saturdays from now for a rec registration night for winter sports. But we don't have to use the bathrooms. We do have a porta potty right there. If it does need to be winterized.
Well, I'm just saying, usually we have frost by now. This
Yeah,
is very
okay.
unusual.
Yeah.
So don't get
Like,
used to
we
being
have
able to use it in the middle of November and have water.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
just small.
No, we do have the porta potty, so I wasn't really, if it had been
Yeah.
closed up.
Yeah.
Sleet
Right
and
now,
snow
it's still
games afternoon,
under a little
it's
bit of
up there.
construction from where it was broken into.
Right.
We still need a new door and stuff.
Right. Okay, and so, one of the things that I talked to Ben about was actual office space
Yeah.
for, Parks and Rec to actually have a home of some kind. And how we as a council can kind of address that, because I heard your office is like an upside down 5-gallon bucket and like working on your knees, and it's just not.
There's nowhere.
I don't think it's
to work.
appropriate. I think that
Yeah.
we need a home for the Parks and Rec director to actually be doing work. And the question becomes, where do we carve out that space within our town buildings? Or do we, make investments in the hut with heat and everything so that you can have like a functioning space in there to be able to utilize it?
Yeah, this summer I had the door open and I'd be typing in some registration forms on my laptop, but of course there's no internet, so you have to wait to kind of get it upload into the cloud. But it was nice because some people would stop by to ask questions, whether it was about the summer stuff, maybe it was a question about the summer camp because that was new, or the concerts. There were a lot of questions, and it was nice that they saw the car, they saw the door open, but again, there's no key. You can only use that for so long.
Right. So I guess my question would be, is there someplace in the theater that would be like a little nook that we could put the rec office in, or at least someplace where Shannon can have to like keep files and those kinds of things that would be dedicated? while we still have the building, you know, it would be temporary if somebody comes along next week and say, hey, I really want it, but, it would kind of alleviate, it would solve that immediate space.
You use the concession stand.
I was gonna say, why not use the concession area? We have to keep that in the only area.
That's not a good,
I know, but.
that's a terrible location. Go to the library, great view.
Yeah, it does have a nice view.
No, I don't.
We've had the restaurants in the town office and the assessing office during the days the assessor isn't there. But it was more convenient for them to be at home for them. So different ones over the years have used the town office and moved around in the building.
We don't have space in the town office.
I know, but we fit in.
You
The
know, we
town office
can't.
also closes at 5 and I work until 3.
I know.
So then it's like,
So,
you know, a night that you would want to.
It's difficult when you want to see the customers and it's after 5, yeah. That was true.
We can come up with something.
so yeah, maybe that's not a budgetary constraint, but when I talked to Ben about that, I was like, really? That's what we're doing? So I was a little disappointed to hear that that was the situation with that. So, I just wanted to make everyone else aware of that and that we should really look at, having a permanent home for the rec department. And I think if we have the hut there it needs fixing anyway, and it needs maintenance anyway, so we should really think about making that into a proper home for the rec department. So,
Them huts ain't very big. You're talking about Hawthorne?
yeah.
Just add on. Yeah, add on, ain't very big.
Well, it's a little bit bigger than the 5-gallon bucket and working on our knees with a laptop, so. Okay, so, any other questions for Shannon regarding that budget? So if you can, get with Catherine or give her the list, we'll get those other items put into the budget, for that. And then we'll go on to, Scott's back over to building and grounds. We could lead into that. Thank you. So this is just a maintenance bill, a maintenance, account, right?
It is. So this is all basically expenses for equipment and supplies and stuff like that. Of course, your labor is already, this is another thing that the public works guys do, so be a little bit easier to do a little bit more for some of that stuff and building maintenance again in the summertime when we get our 4 or 6-man crew. But yeah, this would be just cost to cover that stuff, not any labor costs.
And some of our electric bills, many electric bills.
Yes, exactly. The little ones that are kicking around for the hut.
And the tree stump is our yearly, stab at getting some of the tree stumps ground down and tree.
Yeah, and that's coming right out of my budget now. We've
Yep.
increased that in the public works side of it, so.
Where are we going now?
I'm sorry, page 28,
Building.
buildings and grounds,
Buildings and
tab
grounds.
3.
You have the money in there for
0% increase.
planks and benches, waste receptacles on them.
There are some, picnic tables and trash cans in, Levy Park that need to be replaced.
Right, but on
Jane
the-
had a list.
Under 20-05.
Yeah, there's no money in that
There's no money
budget.
in there.
Right, that's what I'm saying, there are things that community members had pointed out that need to be fixed, so we should
Yeah,
probably
right.
look at having something in there.
We had a few this year that we replaced, like the waste receptacles, because we bought them in previous years, that plastic
Yeah.
recycled HDPE ones, so.
You don't need none for next year?
Yeah.
You don't need none money for next year?
As far as I'm concerned, I think we're good right now with that stuff. I think we've got plenty of stuff to work with. The little garage that's over in.
So you built some.
Yeah, and we built some. So we've got some material over in that other, I think that over there. Once the guys are just taking the little garage, we got some stuff in there. We still got a few more brand new trash cans.
Right.
So yeah.
Good.
So you don't need more funds in there to replace and repair those picnic
No,
tables?
we've got materials.
Okay.
We've got materials and other stuff over there. We've got some, actually, I think we still got a couple of plastic tables that we have to put together too. So as they're
Okay.
aging and falling apart, we're replacing them.
Do those get picked up during the winter, like this time of year, are they pulled off and stored away, or are they just out in the weather all the time?
They're on, most of them are on the weather.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the same way that's why we're going to that new DPE plastic stuff, because that handles the weather. Some of the stuff out there that the wood stuff is about antiquated and done.
Yeah.
So as we're going, we're trying to replace those and get correct numbers, but yeah, we've got we've got materials, and like I said, most of the stuff here is just general supplies. We have some stuff that we have, and
So this doesn't have the $10,000 we're putting into account for the new roof?
No, because that would be in the reserves, the capital reserves.
Capital reserve, so it's not reflected in this,
No,
any
this is just
budget
operating.
item whatsoever.
No, operations budget.
yeah, this is some operational cost during the year, so.
Right. Yeah, okay.
So this is where the parks buildings would go?
As far as having some maintenance, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they went over and they needed this.
So we think 12,000 is gonna cover that, because we've had some damage to those too. And,
You need new steel doors.
and is the Pinnacle included into these buildings?
I don't know how that falls anymore.
So the Pinnacle, because it's leased by the ski club, they do all the renovations to it. We only take care of the fire extinguisher and check it to the state requirement. If there was a steel door for the hut, that's already been taken care of through the recreation budget.
Oh,
And Timmy bought it.
okay.
Yeah.
Catherine, are we still on Zoom? The TV's cut out.
We should, yeah, we're still on Zoom.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Probably time's out.
It's still on?
No, Zoom.
Oh, that's,
And then
TV's
okay.
gone.
I thought you meant the live stream.
TV time down.
So back to our repaired buildings, do we think that 12,000 is gonna cover the extra and the repairs to those buildings?
Well, I'm well within budget this year. I mean, unless you got to think the building's gonna blow over somewhere, which I
No, but I thought
doubt.
there was bathrooms.
But this is
there.
operating, normal operating costs. So if we've got something that's a major replacement, something that goes in the capital.
Is this,
So
The
it's-
bathrooms and sinks and that stuff.
Yeah,
That's gonna be
little-
probably a little more expensive.
is this where the outhouses go? Or is that the rec department?
Rec department.
Correct,
Oh, okay.
yeah. That's an operational cost.
Yeah.
Yep. I know it's
So
tough.
if we want to do anything major to the hut at Hawthorne, which is, I think, what Pete's asking about.
You would want to do that in the
That's a
capital.
CIP program.
I would do like, that'd be
Okay.
something over
Would
5,000.
be considered maintenance as the, like the sinks and the toilets and?
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah. We've gone down there and had issues with the toilets, and we've got to replace the toilet or whatever. If it's something that's to the building, if it's something that's inside, the little things inside the building, that's part of their operating
Yeah,
cost,
yeah.
correct. But
Right.
if it's something that's structural or whatever,
Right.
this is what we'll do. as
That's
far
what
as-
I was referring to,
Right.
because I thought we had some bathroom issues there, that's why we had the porta potty.
Yeah, yeah, and then we went in and fixed them, my guys went in and fixed some of the piping, and,
Oh, okay.
yeah, and that came out of this.
Oh, okay, so that's been fixed.
So the project that was talked about was actually turning that hut into an actual concession stand and re-equipping it, and I wanna say it was like $28,000.
Yeah.
And that was a question as to, what does that building, what purpose does it serve, and what does the community want to invest in doing that? The equipment and things that they had in there were not appropriate at all. There was like a propane barbecue inside that they were using, and just different things
Yes.
like that shouldn't have been happening.
Yeah.
And COVID made an opportunity for that to be reevaluated, reassessed, and kind of remove those items that shouldn't be in there. I don't believe it's been operating like as a snack hut, except for like prepackaged snacks that they've been selling. And I think there's been some storage for equipment as well, was my understanding. But, I mean, to me, that's an obvious space to use as the head for the rec, because it's easy to get to, it's easily accessible, it's right downtown, and everybody knows where it is. I mean, we don't wanna be sending people to Shannon's house, to
If that
keep
building
restrictions.
roof started leaking, we could do a repair to the roof, but if we, after that, looked at it, that roof had to be repaired, it's gonna cost $6,000.
Right, yeah.
We put that in the capital.
Right, yeah, no, I
Yeah.
get that. I thought there were still issues with the bathroom, but they've been repaired.
Yes. and-
Yeah, they were operational.
Yeah, we just didn't want everybody, because part of the problem is
Especially-
it wasn't monitored, and people were going in there flushing half a roll of toilet paper down the toilet when they weren't being monitored. So, yeah, they are fixed. Last time I knew, because Ben has been right on top of it, so I told him if he had any problems, call him.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
operational as far as
Yeah.
I think the porta potties was more, a little bit COVID related too.
It was
Just for
COVID
cleaning
related.
And it
Sanitize.
Also for the
And
company.
when they couldn't be monitored.
Right.
Yeah, it also allows it to be used 24 hours a day,
Right.
you know, rather than just a few hours.
When do those, get pulled for the season? After the Christmas tree lighting maybe, or?
Shortly.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
Can
it's
I
second.
make a suggestion? Can we keep this budget related? Because we're really going off on tangents here. Please.
What wasn't budget related?
It's kind of budget related.
Talking about the porta potties and
Yeah, it's a budget
COVID
item.
related stuff?
It is a
It's a
budget.
budget.
Is it on a budget? Was it on the budget, item?
It's in the recreation budget.
I had asked about it, Mike, I caused an issue. Because it wasn't in here, I wondered why it wasn't. It's
Well,
in
the other discussion, we're talking about making that into an office, that's not part of the budget either. You know, we're 5 past 10 already, we still have 3 significant items to go through here. The next budget meeting is gonna be a bigger one, so I kinda like to focus on what we're here for. Yeah.
Anybody have any questions about the buildings and grounds?
The last question I have is the water and sewer, is $90 enough because we're doing the outhouses? Or is that because most of the other budgets cover their water and sewer?
Yeah, the water and sewer, there's just 2 bills for that one, and so they should be covered within the amount. Yeah,
Okay.
it's not a full operational year.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll mark that one as reviewed. We have, transfer station is on page 30.
And the transfer station comes in at $459,784, an increase of $7,476, or a 1.7% increase on page 30.
Any questions for Donnie about transfer station issues?
1.7% increase, I don't think we have questions at all, he's got this down to science.
And $1.50 is mostly your $7,000. That's tipping fee, something that we don't have control of, so it's contractual. Other than that, it stays pretty much the same.
Where do we, so Mike, I'm gonna get off the budget a little bit, but where do we stand with the windmill?
The windmill, we're fighting with the insurance company. The thing, what was it, last October, Catherine, I think, or it was.
It's been a while.
Yeah, the thing burned out.
Yeah, I know
We're trying to
you
get it to
had-
the ground. We're trying to find, we've worked with 3 different firms trying to find a way to get that thing down.
Yeah, okay.
Because then Gatfelder Insurance is not willing to pay for it unless they can get it on the ground, look at it, and they're probably gonna tell us it's our responsibility anyway. So it is, at this point, in freewheel. So it's not.
I realize that,
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if there'd been any.
Unless, I've had some numerous ideas, but I'm not willing to take the liability to.
So you
I
can
thought we
take
could take a town excavator,
So you
maybe.
can power head down, bring it down, repair it, put it back up, or?
But the problem is,
The change of the
there's
insurance.
no way to break it, so you
Right.
have to be able to stop the blades if you don't get there.
Right, there's no, the brake on it doesn't work, so things freewheeling, so nobody's willing to come and bring that.
So
down.
it had a break at one time.
It did, we had that major storm, I think it was
failed one of the storms.
last winter there, and it did something to the power head, the power unit. When the power went down on the main line, it crossed over with a tree, and that thing just came right up across and smoked that thing.
So it's a matter of maintaining the blade stationary to pull the power head down.
So we can pull the power head down, yeah. And we've had, that's 2 or 3 different companies.
What do you need to, what are you gonna put a man basket in crane, or how are you gonna do that?
Yeah, you'd have to get somebody to man basket a crane on a calm day that we knew that the blades weren't gonna spin, hook on a hook, and it just sets on that pin. You got the guide wires?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I worked on bigger and you didn't have brakes on them.
Yeah.
I worked on much bigger.
Well, hey, baby, guess what? You just
Come
volunteered.
on
something.
down, right?
Come on down and take a look at it seriously, because we've had,
No, I-
Gatfelder themselves, the insurance company, worked with 4 companies that dealt with those, and they said good luck. They said, and I talked to a guy in Harmony that's expert on the installation of those, and he came up and took a look at it, and he said he wasn't willing to deal with it. He said if it was him, the insurance company's probably not gonna pay for the power head because of the age of the machine. He said he doesn't do the guide wires and have a machine and push it over, because that's what it's gonna be worth. He said that unit's, what was it, Captain, it was $40-something thousand for the project when we got the grant. I think we said that would be $29,000 to $30,000 to rebuild it, and that's gonna cost another 8 to 10 to put it,
So
take
should
it
we
down, put
look-
it back up, so.
When it was working, was it valuable and contributing?
It did, we did, I figured it out, I did a long-term thing on it, I think it was, what did we say, Captain, 32.5% of
So
my
it's
power.
paid for itself, considering it was a grant project.
Grant,
to
oh
begin
yes,
with.
yes, oh
So
yes.
there's,
It's
if it
long
was
overdue.
valuable to us and it was a good project to do to begin with, then
Correct.
if you can't find anybody, it doesn't look like the insurance company is gonna do anything.
How many years has it been there? Does anybody want to take a guess how long it's been there?
10 anyway.
Longer.
14. Well, I can't believe it's been there 14 years.
Yeah. So, I mean, my suggestion was get some bids on getting it down, so we don't have the liability of it being
Yeah.
up there doing that, and then also look into putting another one up. I mean, we have Efficiency Maine, there's federal monies for solar and, wind power projects through the REAP grant. November 1st, they just closed, but they have a spring application process
And we
in
got the
April.
infrastructure.
So, and municipalities and nonprofits can apply for that as well as small businesses. So, if it's a valuable project, let's take that old one down. We've obviously gotten great use out of it. It's been valuable, and let's put another one up. Any other questions about transfer station? Are we still on solid footing for transfer station, Donnie, as far as having a transfer station?
Our last report was favorable, so,
Okay.
we're down the road, we're gonna be thinking about relocation at some point.
What are you talking about?
So, you can explain it.
Yeah, we're operating on an old landfill, our recycling center, transfer station, most of them, we're one of 4 left in the state. So as the landfills start getting deviations and start settling and stuff, they want us to, at some point, move or think about, have plans of moving the recycling and the transfer station off that site.
Can we just keep adding topsoil?
Well, I'd love to do that myself. I'd love to have that landfill.
How long we known about this?
Well, it's been, they've told us in the last 4 to 5 years that, in the next 15 years or 20 years, we ought to be having a long-term plan, looking at moving it. We had discussed it when, I think like 10 years ago or 12 years ago, we talked about maybe having a site up in the industrial park where we could do the same thing that we're doing now, except for we'd have to have waste containers instead of having the brush pile and that sort of thing. So, something that we need to plan for
So
that.
if we have to move the recycling part off site, can we keep the brush pile there? And just have it,
The brush pile's that's not.
That's not a landfill, we can come in from the other road.
Well, yeah, it's on the other
and-
side, but we could keep that
The
there,
brush,
have it
yes.
open like 6 hours a month or something like that.
Yeah, we could go in the other gate.
Right.
That's why that doesn't impact, that's in the pit, that has nothing to do with the landfill. But the problem is all of the activity, the plowing of the snow and that
Where
sort
you
of stuff,
plow
the
it?
weight going down in there, they're worried about the liner getting to a certain age and water permeating and contaminating the groundwater. People driving the road that you're coming in on, you're driving back and forth over the top of the landfill, so.
So another project for you, can you start the process of like assessing sites in town
Yeah.
that would be appropriate for that so that we can
Because
start?
long-term, it's coming anyway, because
Yeah,
you've
we're
got
gonna have to do it.
no permitting in Orange Walk, they didn't approve Orange Walk's permitting past the next, they're gonna be full in 3, 4, 5 years, and then you're gonna have old.
And they won't let us increase our footprint, and that's what we dealt with that shack, right?
Right, exactly, yeah, so at some point, yeah, we're gonna do some long-term planning. I mean, it's not something that's gonna come around next week or next year, but something that we need to be.
The first step is identify a space, run it by DEP, be like, hey, is this gonna work before we start?
And we always
planning?
said that. I call DEP or you call the DOT, and it depends on who you talk to, what they're gonna give you for time frame. One will say, oh, you're gonna have to be off in 2 years, and somebody said, yeah, you're gonna be there for the next 50 years, so. It's not something to panic about, but it's something that we talked about, thinking about coming to a long-term strategy.
Any other questions about transfer, operating? Does the sticker printing come out of your budget?
It does.
Yes.
Is
And
it
we
in
need to
transfer
or-
station or
We
is
need
it
to
in-
order those pronto.
I'm gonna get some pretty dark blue ones with white lettering, they were ordered today.
All right.
That's from
And
our
does the
screen print, so that,
$100 cover that full cost?
what is it?
The $100 for printing those? Well, you
That-
have for printing.
That comes out of my, I think that comes out of my contractual, we do that with Morgan Screen.
Oh, that's under
The
contractual.
printed forms is like when I redo my recycling flyers and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's about $600 a year that it costs to have us print 1,500 stickers, so.
Okay.
Any other questions, folks? Okay, let's hop over to recycling processing.
So the recycling processing facility is on page 31. Budget comes at $112,060, an increase of $6,511, or an increase of 6.2%.
Is that the, labor?
Yes.
Yeah, most of it will be health insurance.
Did we get the final numbers
We
on
did
that?
not. Usually we have them by now, but we have not.
Okay. So that's still forthcoming then, so that might adjust.
Yes,
Okay.
hopefully down.
That's what happened last time, so let's keep our fingers crossed.
I know, that was nice.
And you moved
Didn't
stuff
you have a
from the
new-
transfer station to recycling too, right, Donnie?
What's that?
In the budget, you moved, I thought I remember seeing a note somewhere. Some of the increase, was it because you moved stuff from transfer to recycling?
I actually know Dave Whitman is he's my foreman, so
Yeah.
to speak, so when I'm not there, and he's in the recycling.
He's
side.
in recycling.
He's in recycling, so he's kinda like my foreman, but he's also in charge of the recycling, so that cost got shifted a little bit over to recycling. That's the
Okay.
transfer station.
Did you get a new fork truck recently, the last few years?
One's 7 years old, 8 years old, the other one is gonna be 5 this coming year. So we've replaced a couple.
5 years, been that long.
Yeah.
So I know it was 17 or 18 we were talking about that last time I was
Yeah, we replaced them actually, we had a good replacement plan for those, bang, bang, we got those
Good.
back to back, so.
Is the container rental the container out here? That used to be out here?
Container rental.
2505.
$1,000?
What page you on?
31.
It's 25-05.
Yeah, 25-05, $1,000 container rental. New services to increase recycling and/or reuse.
Oh, that's a container that we put down to the reuse building.
I didn't know there was a container.
Well, we put it down there for the fall when they do the cleanup and stuff, so it comes out of the recycling budget because
didn't
the
know.
stuff.
Is that the same one that was out here in the parking lot like Jason was saying?
Yeah.
It's the same one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yep. Yep, it's the same one.
So, when you were talking before, so the little stand out here that was a Boy Scout Eagle project was supposed to have information about recycling and stuff?
Yeah, that little kiosk, yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing on it. Is that, gonna be updated with recycling information when the?
There's nothing on this one over here. They've taken that down.
Everything got ripped in it, so we took it all down. We
Yeah.
have to redo
I
it.
think it got recycled.
Yeah, it did, it got recycled.
See, it works.
Donnie, just one last
Yeah.
thing with the, I know you're very good about pricing this stuff up, but I do know that costs have increased significantly on steel-toed boots.
Yeah,
Is 500 enough?
Well, that's the only incentive we've given any of our employees.
We increased it last year to
From
250.
200 to 250, and we call it's not really steel toe, they can use it for steel toe boots, but they can use it for a cold winter gear if they wanna get a jacket and a pair of gloves or,
Uniform type stuff.
yeah, uniform type stuff, and
The work
it is what
tough.
it is, I mean, yeah, boots are, I know over here, just the other day I went and looked at a pair and they were like $319. God, I said them Carolina, didn't I just buy some last year for like $239? I'm like, what is
You're
going
lucky
on?
there were any on show.
We were looking at some composite toe ones, and I couldn't believe the,
Yeah, it's-
that's why I was asking it, that's.
Yeah,
why.
if it doesn't go far, but it's something that, you know, I've always told my guys the same thing is realistically, one of the things I do out of the safety budget is I buy the guys gloves. So when they work, I would expect them to wear gloves, so same way safety glasses, that sort of stuff. So we're kind of purchasing that stuff to make it a little bit easier, so they shouldn't have to be buying gloves. They can buy, I tell them, buy good cold weather, or buy some thermal underwear. My guys at the transfer station say, go to Rennie's, buy them thermal underwear, they're worth it $39, I'm telling you.
The blue ones.
If you work up on the hill, you get 3 sets of those, you can wear them all
Well,
the
they're
time.
required to have steel toe or
Correct.
safety shoes,
Yes,
correct?
they are, yeah.
If I remember correctly, and maybe I'm not remembering this correctly, but if it's a requirement of the job, aren't we required to provide that for them?
Not 100%, I don't think.
No, I think.
That's
what is it,
kind of-
I thought that was a
50%?
main state law, that if it was a requirement for the job, you have to provide.
I think 50% of it, I think that.
50%?
I think it's.
Municipality might be different or something.
Yeah, I don't know how it works.
I mean, that's what this is.
How did they do it to
We
Bill?
were required to mill, to wear a steel toe, but they'd only give us $80 a year, that's it.
Oh, okay, so they can.
Well, so you have to have an allocation for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if this is an item that should be tied to cost of living increase, kind of like our wages are, that if we're expecting them to buy supplies and requiring that as part of their uniform or their work conditions, then if this is an item that should be tied and adjusted each year to cost of living, because cost of living is tied to commercial goods, so could we use that as a way to make adjustments to this on a regular basis like we do on our payroll?
Well, no.
I don't think it's necessary, because you can, $250 a year for safety gear. I've never had more than 75, and I've never had any issues.
I don't get that.
That's, the work that they're doing, and I know we talked about this when we increased it last time, the work that like the sewer water crew is doing and the public works crew is doing, it's heavy work, and it's, you know, it rips your clothes, you know, sometimes they're down in ditches and stuff and they have to throw their boots out at the end of the day. If they get into like a water main break or a sewer break or something like that, they could be covered in stuff and there goes their boots for the week, you know. So it's something we need to be mindful of, is that it's not general like mill work or like sewer work or something like that. We're on a regular construction site. I mean, this is hard labor work that they're doing.
So for the water sewer, when there's, something happens and they have to get another set of boots, regardless of what's in the budget. I mean, we had one employee that, you know, got into items twice and they had to get 3 sets of boots during the year. You know, so the town takes care of that if they get into materials they shouldn't be in.
Right. And even in recycling, you can end up with stuff spilled on you that's just nasty gross.
When we worked at the mill, they give us boot allowance $80 a year, but if you was to get sprayed with acid or something else to ate your clothes up, you just had to show them that your clothes got ruined, and then it was called a clothes allowance, and they would reimburse you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could always do something like that.
So we can look at making an adjustment. We can leave it as it is. We have options here. What do we want to do?
I think leave it as it is and then we'll just go with what we need to do. Whatever he needs to do, he'll do.
Okay. So it'll come out of something else. Okay.
Good.
Okay. Any other questions on this one? Recycling and reprocessing? Okay.
All right, and the last
Street
one.
lighting.
Street lighting.
That's back.
Page 25, a budget of $63,896 and decrease of $1,305 or 2%.
Decrease?
It is a decrease because we had our new contracts go into place for all the accounts that we're able to put on with the cooperative, and the street lighting costs went down.
Good.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you very much, Johnny.
So let me know
Did you
about
get
this.
your rose?
I did.
Good for you.
Yeah, I walked 54 miles for it. I earned every pound of that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The only thing on this is, I don't know, if there was a way to have some kind of solar type thing that you can look into, solar lights, a solar thing that runs the light.
I don't know.
LED.
LED would be a good start.
I think the lights for the new project, when we put them in on Main Street, we talked
Yes.
about having
We can look
solar,
at that.
elements on the top to turn them on and
Right,
stuff,
I mean,
and
that's
regular
just,
that.
that's just Main Street.
Yeah.
But don't
I
they
mean,
do
that's
that
a
anyway?
start.
Aren't those lights operated solely, or do, I mean, they're not on all the time, right?
What's that?
Street lights.
They're on
Oh,
the timer.
they're just the dawn, aren't they?
I didn't see the list.
They're on
Yeah,
the
they're-
timer, aren't they?
No, they're just the dawn.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
For,
He
for the
was
solar?
talking
That's what we're
about
talking
them
about.
being
Yeah.
solar powered, not turned
Oh.
on by it,
Right.
to
Yep.
save us money on
Electricity, I mean, that's all you're paying for, right?
Yeah, you know, with the solar power, the amount of, cells you need to power a light to maintain it that bright for that long, it's gonna be a significant unit. It's gonna be at least one of those panels you see in these solar fields. Cause I got solar's, lights just for low voltage LEDs on top of my flagpole.
Right.
And this lasted 4 months and it's barely working now.
Yeah.
Cause they wear out.
Well, I think we should look into LED. then.
LED, I mean, initial cost of procurement is gonna be significant, but they last 10 times longer. They use,
We were
they
going
use a
to-
third of the amount of electricity.
$60,000 a year, it doesn't take long to.
Yeah, no, I agree, I think it's a great idea.
If we were going to do that, would that become a capital project, Catherine?
Yeah, I would see that as a capital
I
project.
would
yes.
too, but I'm just,
It's something to look at.
that's the only thing you're gonna do with that.
And the May, the state of Maine may even have some tax base for it, for municipalities.
I'm sure.
Can you look into that?
Put a little
Tell
area
Janet,
for
take
solar
care of it.
panels that run all our lights.
Yeah, she
You
loves
knew
to see
BFF?
people like me.
I'm sure she
We
does.
could do it.
So the other option too is to have, to reduce our electric bill here, not only in the streetlights, but all of the buildings and the other, is to do some type of municipal solar project to power the municipality. It would be something we could look at. I hope to have numbers back from, the other Kathy in the office about doing that, so I asked about it earlier in the year. I was contracted by, Pine Tree Solar up in Herman, and they do municipal solar projects. So that's another option to reduce our power bill, or at least make it so that we're paying ourselves to, we're paying for our own power, and then long term, there's a zero cost to it.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, I
Good
think
idea.
we designate that as a project.
it's a huge project, it's a huge undertaking, because you have to find a site, a lot like, the landfill, you have to find a site for it. And then figure out how big a system needs to be, but we need to know some CMP first to do
The
that.
old runway.
So here's an idea. We're looking at a wind turbine that's probably OOC. That was renewable energy. It was a great idea when it started, and I was in wind power then. I'm into solar now. Why don't we consider, instead of replacing that or just trashing it, replacing that with a solar type of power unit to offset the
Space will be
transfer
an
station.
issue. Space will be an issue up there because of the limited.
No, I don't mean there.
Or
I'm
not.
just talking about the unit itself, because we're gonna eventually have to move the transfer station anyway. And we could easily put site that for solar, just something to consider.
I don't think
Because
it'd be
solar's
big enough.
everywhere now.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be big enough. Like, you mean when we move the transfer station to use that site as a solar
And it's just a
space?
thought. Instead of replacing the wind turbine in kind, let's look at solar. Because solar right now, that's like the in thing, if you will, and having it being the in thing, it's coming down in prices exponentially. I mean, even residential is becoming so much easier in the state for even private citizens is 25 or 26% tax rate, something like that. And where we got one that's going up on Curtis Street, one going on Webb Road, there's one out by the old Rite Aid. That's just in Pittsfield alone. Then we got Palmyra, we got Heartland, all over the place. Not saying that those will be the places, but I think we could get better traction with that than just trying to look for another wind turbine. It's just a thought I want to throw out there. Just came up with it.
I think replacing the wind turbine would be like a short-term thing. The solar thing is gonna take probably 3 to 5 years to do.
Yep. Yep. But that would be 20 to 30 year life on that. Much more we got out of the wind turbine. There's no moving parts.
Sure.
on streetlights. Right now, we're stuck with energy hogging streetlights.
I just have one question, and it's about the Mercury Open 100 watt. Is that one we're going to replace? Since it's our last Mercury based.
There's some reason why they still list that on the list, but when we got the new list that Kathy was working on for the solar project, it wasn't there. We need to reconcile the listing that we have.
So we may not actually have that.
We may not
on the
actually
agenda.
have it, but
Okay.
we're not 100% sure here. Because the next list we got was different than the other list we got.
Okay.
This is a typical CMP thing. Eventually we'll have the correct inventory.
I think one of our issues here is that they run all day long on some of those.
Yeah, and if we know
No,
which
they just
ones-
don't shut off.
Yeah, if we know which ones they are, like, we'll call them in, but we
Yeah.
have to go back and make sure that CMP actually
Yeah,
turns
that's
them
it.
off, fixes them.
Well, after the vote yesterday, they got time in their hands.
No, they don't, because now they're fighting in court.
Yeah, so say now they're suing Maine.
Yep.
What was that?
Well, not only are they suing me, but Canada's getting ready to sue
All
us.
right, I assume we're done, all right.
That was our last item, thank you.
So
That was
Amanda,
our last item
Amanda,
for
are you
tonight's
missing a name
agenda.
tag here?
Yeah.
Can everybody make sure that they get caught up on signing all of the warrants before you leave, please? There's a few of them that we're waiting to get sent out. We needed, specifically, we needed more finance committee members to sign off on them last time. Last time I saw them, you might have been in by then, but, and then I have.
I think we've all signed them except for you now.
Tonight, yes, yeah, but all the past ones, they're all signed off and.
All caught up.
Mike, what happened to Woodruff over here?
Everyone that had a tab has been signed.
He was bought out by a company called Revision Energy. They're doing a few sites, they actually built a brand